Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Keith. You want my advice? If you can't trust someone with money, then you can't trust them at all. I wish I'd known that earlier before I let some jerk with a fake MBA from MIT do my accounting. So stupid of me. But then again, it's not the first achievement in stupidity I've had. The Herefords on my ranch must be rolling their eyes right now. I'm having coffee with my main man, James. He's telling me how Carolyn, his sister, is currently looking for a job in accounting. I remember her from high school, mostly as the chick who tagged along with us on our various stupid exploits. But I'm desperate and certainly not above considering her. Wait, really? I ask, trying to confirm this stroke of luck. Yeah, just came out of UC Berkeley, he says. She wants to come back to town with an MBA and she's looking to find a job. I furrow my brow a little, trying to remember her the way she looked back then. I remember the short girl who always trailed behind James and I when we would hang out in the woods. She would yell back at us when she found something interesting. It was always something like an arrowhead, a cardinal, or some rare plant she read about. She would flash a big toothy smile whenever she announced her findings, like a scientist who needed a dentist. We would find all sorts of ways to tease her about it. James because she was his little sister, and that's pretty much just the way it goes. I always secretly thought she was kind of cute, but she was also just a kid, and kind of a nerd. So I teased her too. I do not need veneers, she'd exclaim. I mean, you don't need veneers, I said, smirking back at her. But your teeth sure do. She'd give me a playful push and then walk ahead of us. Always either behind us or ahead of us, she'd look up at the trees and point out the crown shyness, or how the moss growing on a certain side of the rock meant we were facing east or west. She was always on the nerdy side, but we never thought of her as not cool enough to hang with us. Can't imagine what it's like for her now, he says, swirling coffee in his cup. No job, little girl, to take care of. I've worried about her a lot since her husband died in Afghanistan, he admits. I'm ready for her to move back home, something closer. You know? I sit with James's words. I just can't imagine what Carolyn even looks like now, much less in crisis. And I'm looking for an accountant. Well, can I have her number? I ask, taking a sip before finishing the thought. I can give her a call and see if she'd like to take up some of the work at the ranch. What? You gonna have her milk a cow? Says James, snickering. No, man, I'm saying I need a new accountant, I say, slapping his arm. James takes a napkin and a pen out of his bag and starts scribbling her number down. Here, he says. Give her a call. The next day, I ring her number. I start pacing around my room as I wait for her to pick up. Just when I'm about to try calling again, a velvet voice emerges from the phone. Hello? Hey, is this Carolyn? I ask as I stop my pacing. This is Keith, from high school? Oh, wow! Blast from the past! She exclaims with a gasp. Yeah, it's been a while. Heard you were thinking of coming back? I say, grinning. Oh yeah, I'm guessing James told you? She says. I heard you were looking for work as an accountant. For some reason I nod, thinking she can see me. Yeah, I've been sending my CV all over the place. Well, send it to me, I say. I need an accountant ASAP to help manage my funds at the ranch. A moment passes. It's like I can feel her eyes widen or her mouth hang open. I can't help but think about her voice and how it sounds so different from how I remembered it. When we were in school, her voice was always this squeaky sound we could hear in the distance, but now it's something more subtle. That sounds great. It's just that, She pauses for a moment. I would need to find a place for Andrea and I to stay. Andrea's your daughter, right? Yeah, we've been out here in San Francisco, she says. Rent here is terrible. Hence why you want to come back here. Exactly. My mind immediately jumps to a solution. Well, you both could stay at my place, but something about that gives me pause. Is that a weird offer to make? I feel sorry for her and Andrea, but I don't want to make her uncomfortable. Well, feel free to say no to this, but you both can come stay at the ranch with me, I offer. It's a whole damn ranch. We've got plenty of room, and you can stay until you find a place of your own. Letting the idea sit with her, I can sense her working through whether or not it's a good idea. Normally, I wouldn't offer this to someone I didn't know, but even I can understand that it's a hard choice to make. It feels like a whole minute passes, and I decide to break the silence. How about this, I say. Why don't you send me your CV, and then you can decide later. It's not a deal-breaker if you decide to live somewhere else. Oh, yeah, she quickly responds. It's not a big deal, Keith. It'll be like high school all over again. Hopefully not. High school Keith had no idea what the hell he was doing, I say, laughing back at her. Couldn't have been any worse than high school, Carolyn, she says. I'll have that sent out to you. And I'll let you know if I'm cool with Andrea and I staying with you. Sounds good. Looking forward to seeing it. We hang up, and for a moment I wonder if I did the right thing. Carolyn and I go way back, but am I prepared to have her stay with me? How much has she changed since high school, and have I really changed? Will we be so different that it just won't be the same as our high school days? What if we end up hating each other? I decide not to give that idea any more weight before going on with my day. A week goes by. I've given a job offer to Carolyn, and she's accepted. I make sure the guest bedrooms are cleared of all the old boxes so that she and Andrea have their own space. I can't help but think about how strange this is. Most people leave their friends behind after high school and reinvent themselves. Who is she now? I hear a knock, and I open the door to see a kid carrying a purple suitcase. She has puffy black hair and 2 buns on each side of her head. We stare at each other, and I realize just how awkward I am in front of children. Weird. You don't look anything like Keith Richards, she says. She's looking me up and down, trying to assess me. Huh? I say, blinking twice. It was a joke, she says, tilting her head. How can I be Generation Alpha and know more than you about the Rolling Stones? Wait, you have dogs? She squeals when she notices Rocco and Lucy's wet noses edging past my legs to sniff around the door. Before I can even ask who she is, a woman runs up behind her, dragging along 2 suitcases. Andrea, I told you to wait before knocking, she says before looking up at me. Keith, it's really you! We both grin, taking each other in. Carolyn looks like a completely different woman. Her emerald eyes gaze directly into mine, and I can see the flecks of brown on her irises. Her chestnut skin glows, and her long hair droops behind her like a dark red cape. It's clear that the voice matches the person very well. Is this really the same girl from high school that I grew up with? I feel a little self-conscious about my own appearance. If I had known she was going to look this good, I would have worn a nicer shirt. Wait a second. She's my employee. Boundaries, Keith, boundaries. But now that I think about it, the boundaries are already blurred. My employee is living with me, and she's running my finances. I need to balance my professionalism as her employer, while also making sure that our friendship stays intact. For a second, I feel like I have to snap myself out of it before she realizes that I'm staring at her. Come on, Keith. Let's not get carried away.
Chapter 2. Carolyn. James was always a quirky kid when we were growing up. Everyone probably thinks that of their older brother, but I swear it was true of mine. Back in the day, he'd be pulling all kinds of pranks and try to rope Keith and I into them. Sometimes, if the prank were creative enough, Keith would be a willing participant. But more often than not, he would roll his eyes and act like he was too cool for school. High school Carolyn knew that Keith was posturing, but she still loved it. He didn't look like much, but there was something about his sarcasm that excited me. Keith was a scrawny white kid back in high school. Certainly, he was pretty handsome for someone his age, but he was no Mario Lopez from Saved by the Bell. Fast forward to the present, and I'm on the phone with James. Not much has changed, but the pranks have become get-rich-quick schemes. I tend to downplay my more realistic achievements for his grander machinations, including not telling him about my graduation until after the fact. "So why didn't you invite me to the ceremony?" he exclaims. "James, it's just a piece of paper," I say to him. "Berkeley was just a stepping stone." "Keith and I would have come if you had told us," says James. Keith. That name hits so differently now. A long time has passed since we last saw each other, and so much has changed. Andrea is a part of my life now, and the boy-crazy side of me has faded away. Not to mention, after what happened with Linus. "Hey," says James, pausing for a moment. "It's your anniversary coming up, isn't it? I don't know if I ever really said this, but I'm really sorry about all of that. If there's anything I can do for you and Andrea..." He trails off uncomfortably, unsure how to finish the thought. "Huh?" For a moment, I'm unsure of what he means. "With Linus?" "Oh." The simple word is followed by an awkward silence. A year has passed since I heard about Linus. The uniformed men who arrived at my doorstep delivered the news with such deadpan calmness. It wasn't clear what I should react to first, the horrible news or their tone. Nobody close to me had ever died before. The only exception was my grandma, but I was so young that I had no clue what was going on. There wasn't much I knew about her. But Linus's death hit me hard. "Yeah, death happens," I say, trying to move through the subject as fast as I can. "Now's not a good time for me to think about this, James." "I can't imagine what it's like for Andrea," he comments. "When I had to break the news to her, she wouldn't leave her room for a week. She begged me to take her out of school for a while. And how could I say no? You have to allow a child to grieve." Thankfully, Andrea knew exactly what she needed in order to heal. We're both still a work in progress, but at least we can talk about it now. "She's hanging in there," I respond. "It's been about a year now, but last month was his birthday. It was pretty rough for both of us." "I'm sure," he says before becoming silent again. "Hey, did you know I'm planning to move back to Huma?" I say. "Please take the hint, James." "Really?" says James. "Out here with us swamp folks?" "Oh, hush," I say, rolling my eyes. "I don't think I'm better than you just 'cause I have a degree." "You're right. It's just a piece of paper," he says. I almost forgot how much of an annoying bastard he could be. "All right. If you're gonna be annoying about it, then..." Go on," he says. "When are you coming by?" "Well, I'm not exactly sure," I say. "I need a job lined up before I can even think of moving, not to mention finding a place for Andrea and I." He says, letting the phone call become silent again. The gears are turning in his head, and I can tell he's trying to come up with a solution. "It'd be nice to come back to Huma just like old times," I say. I miss being part of a small community. San Francisco is an amazing place to be, but Louisiana has a vibe that can't be forgotten. "That degree's an MBA, right? From UC Berkeley?" he asks. "Yes, sir," I confirm. "Give me a day or two," he says. "I have a hunch about someone, and if my hunch is right, I think I can give you a lead." James has a lead? What is this, a bounty hunting gig? Either way, I thank him for his help because I know I need all the help I can get right now. San Francisco is one of the most expensive cities in the country, and I'm not sure if I can handle another year of this rent. I learn a few days later that James did have a serious lead from Keith King, of all people. Keith, who I would spend time in the woods with back in high school. Bird watching was what I would call it, but it was really more like Keith watching. Imagine my surprise when I get a phone call and I hear a husky voice on the other line. Clearly Keith had grown, but in what way? And what's even crazier is the offer he gives me to live with him while I work as his accountant. High school Carolyn would be jumping for joy, but I'm a little hesitant to say yes right away. Keith and I go way back. I still trust him, but I would hate for things to go sour for whatever reason. Regardless, I say yes to his offer. Being a single black mother is not easy, and I know I should not scoff too quickly at the help. The reality is that it can be a good move for me and Andrea. While I'm a bit hesitant, the part of me that had a teenage crush on him is telling me to be excited instead. That same day, I break the news to Andrea, and she is not having it. Should have known that the smartest fifth grader in school would have something to say about it. But Mom, she whines. Kara and Tracy and Helen are never going to see each other again. Kara was Sailor Mercury, Tracy was Sailor Jupiter, Helen was Sailor Mars, and obviously I was Sailor Moon, because Helen and I are always squabbling and... You can make a new sailor squad in Huma, I say. Huma sounds like a city where boring things happen, she says. Is Huma even a city? Do they have Burger King over there? Yes, Miss Peyton, they have Burger King, I say. And you can make friends, and your uncle is out there too. Won't it be nice to have an uncle nearby? For a minute, I let her look away from me and think about the prospect, but I know she's not sold yet on the idea. If I really want to get her on board, I need to use every young kid's weakness. Her love for small animals is sure to seal the deal. You know, Andrea, I say, if we're going to be living on Mr. King's ranch, I bet he'll need some help taking care of the baby goats. Wait, what? Baby goats? Suddenly, her head turns and she looks me dead in the eyes. Like, goats that are babies. Yes, ma'am, I say. I think he's got a couple of baby sheep on the farm, too. Okay, when and where? She says. Huh? When are we heading out? I'll need an ETA and a roster of every animal on that farm, she demands. There are baby animals that need squishing, Mom. Hook, line, and sinker. I knew there would be some resistance, but any remaining displeasure will fade away once she hears about the horses in the stable. Andrea plays hardball sometimes, but at the end of the day, she can't deny the adorable face of a newborn foal. She's already making an itinerary of which animal to squish first, starting from the fuzziest to the smoothest. By the time we arrive at the Hereford Ranch, a wave of nostalgia floods over me. It looks the same as always. Keith and I lived 2 miles away from each other, but we were always willing to take the long walk over to each other's home. Clearly, he's taken good care of it, since it doesn't look weathered at all. Andrea, as usual, runs far ahead of me once the car is parked. Tugging along my suitcase, I walk up behind her. Andrea, I told you to wait before knocking, I say. Then I look up at the man before me. Something lightens in my chest as I look straight in his face. Is that really Keith King? Wearing a white tank top, my eyes travel over his sculpted biceps. I don't know what kind of work he does on the farm, but he's looking quite kissable. Really, Carolyn? Slow your roll. He's your boss. When I see him from far away, his eyes are brown, but as the sun shines over him, they become golden. Before I spend one more second being intrigued by how handsome he's become, I snap out of it and say the first thing that comes to my head. Keith, it's really you, I say, suddenly regretting how stupid that sounded. Looks like it's gonna be a long first week here at the ranch.
Chapter 3. Keith. Friday brings with it the sweet relief of the end of the work week. I've always been noticed for my work ethic, Never had trouble finding the motivation to go after what I want. But that doesn't mean I don't welcome the weekend out of the office like everybody else. My off-the-clock mornings are predictable, I'll admit. They're first spent jerking off, then an easy cup of coffee and a run for a couple of miles around the nearby high school track. It's not a wild routine, but it's mine. Stocking up for your spank bank there, you dirty bastard! Dean's entrance snaps me out of my absent-minded stare at the computer monitor on my desk. That's right, it's still Friday. I have a few hours left before I can head home. Thanks for the reminder, Dean. You wish, sicko. Come on in. Strolling in with a smile, he casually eases into the seat on the opposite side of my desk. Dean is a good friend of mine who just happens to be the head of the local cattlemen's association. What can I do you for, buddy? I say. Well, I might just be about to make your goddamn day. Wait till you hear this news. Old man Peterson finally kicked the bucket this morning, about 3 a.m. 99 years old. You believe it? Man, poor guy, I reply, not really knowing what else to offer in response to the news that the cattle commissioner just passed. What's that got to do with me, though? The state's looking for a replacement ASAP. You'd be perfect for the spot, that's what, Dean says. Call up the governor and let her know that you want to be considered for his replacement. Me? You think I've got enough name recognition for that yet? I say, honestly not even knowing what I think about the whole thing yet. My gut reaction, though, bring it on. But my brain swoops in to overthink. Hell yeah, man. Sure, you're young to the old folks, but there are 20-somethings starting companies from their studio apartments with their 5 roommates these days. You're 30, you put time into the field, and I'll back you up. You know a bunch of us will back you up with the governor. I'm listening as Dean is picking up steam. He's really thought about this. Friends like this are hard to come by, I think. So you psyched or what, buddy? I raise my eyes. I was just locking stares with the squishy tan bear on the box of tissues on my desk, and I meet his focused, positive energy head on. I don't know, man. I've got to think about it, I say. Because really, I don't want to have to sit with the embarrassment of that phone call with the governor if it doesn't go well. Are you kidding me? You need me to wrestle it out of you? Come on. You're popular. There've been ranchers in your family for generations. You've got the balls, don't you? Don't bring my balls into this. I give a low chuckle, trying to get him off my back. It is true that some balls will be needed, though, if I'm going to get involved with the governor. Cool-mannered, if not downright cold at times, Governor Stiles is sort of known for being an unfeeling jerk. It's the sort of thing you want in your politicians, as long as they keep it far away from you. You know you should seriously consider this, Keith, Dean says. They've got huge corporations trying to force the ranchers here to sell. We don't want all that resort, touristy nonsense. That's not what your family worked decades for. The other jerk he's considering for cattle commissioner supports all those pricks who want to make the land look like every other vacation strip mall. I said, I'll think about it. It's a great idea, it really is. I've just got to think about it. All right, also, while you're thinking, the governor is going to want someone who comes off stable, reliable, mature. I think you'd benefit greatly if you could show off your family man side. Ha! Bro, I hate to break it to you, but I'm not even dating anyone right now. What chick could I meet right now who would move that fast for even another year? I'm no slob, but that's a lot of pressure to put on a person. Who says you couldn't make a deal with someone to play pretend? Agree to a price with her and then she just quietly moves on after the dust settles and you've got the job, Dean suggests. What are we playing pretend about, boys? And just like that, with a knock and a smile, Carolyn steps into the doorway. Dean and I both turn our heads to see who's there. Wait a minute, I think. And I'm positive Dean thinks the same because at that moment, we look back at each other and he winks. What? We're not playing. It's fantasy football, I say, stumbling inside my own mouth. How does she have this way about her of catching me off guard? She was never a mystery to me before. Never mind. I reflexively shake my head. Oh, God, I really never got into that stuff, she says happily, leaning against the door jamb now. I'll think about it. I direct abruptly to Dean while I'm pushing my chair back. Dean hops to his feet and instigates a handshake, which I reciprocate. While we're standing there and his back is still to her, he smirks at me. Think about her if you haven't been already, he says under his breath. I roll my eyes. Thanks, man. Talk to you later, I say, and he turns to go. Carolyn steps into the room as Dean passes her. Miss, he says with a charming smile and an ever-the-gentlemanly nod. Sir, she playfully half-curtsies back. She's cute. Her exchange with Dean gives me just enough time to savor this moment. I take her all in. I find that I'm admiring her. I suddenly feel that I need to be the next person to make her laugh, to make that sexy smile, that joyful light spread across her face. Why am I suddenly seeing so much that wasn't there before? Was it there? And I was the jerk for missing it? I'm a jerk. The words spring right out of my stupid, smiling mouth before I know what is happening. With Dean gone, she only has me to serve her bewildered look to. Are you confessing or seeking advice? She teases me. I'm just thinking out loud. Something Dean said. Sorry. I'm making a fool of myself over here. Get it together, dude. No, sorry for interrupting. It's my bad. I know I was supposed to come in a little later, but I found myself free, and you said if I needed anything... Oh, God, no problem at all. Dean was just shooting anyway. Come sit. You've got a bunch of paperwork there, it looks like. What's up? She steps forward and replaces Dean in the seat across from me. Wow, she's pretty. Yeah, definitely. I wanted to talk about some of the numbers I've been going through in just a couple spots here. I was wondering if we could maybe look at it over lunch. She smiles, and my stomach actually jumps. It's just, well, if you want to, I wouldn't mind getting a chance to actually hang out. Is she feeling timid asking me out? I would have said she was a little out of my league, this woman she's turned into. My senses mingle and begin working to etch her into my brain. I listen to her with that beautiful tone in her voice that I find both familiar and exciting, like a new song from my favorite singer. My eyes try to discreetly take note of every detail I can about her gentle curves, caramel skin, and the way a delicate thin silver chain rests around her neck. Even the scent of her adds layers to my desire. I want to smell her sweet perfume on my pillow the morning after an intense night of lovemaking. Carolyn, I'd really like lunch. You want to go now? I can duck out early. I'm channeling my best suave DC superhero vibe here, hoping she's into spontaneity and doesn't see my brain going crazy for her. Excellent, let's do it, she says in a tone I swear is flirtatious.
Chapter 4. Carolyn. When I walk into the doorway of Keith's office, I'm surprised to see both Dean and him staring back at me. I say something silly, trying to break the ice. I feel as though I've interrupted something private, but not serious. I hope I'm not coming off too awkwardly. Dean seems nice, though. He kinda tips an imaginary hat at me when he leaves, which is friendly in a dorky way. I'm sure Keith has decent people for friends. I wouldn't mind getting a chance to actually hang out, I say. I'm a pretty confident person, but not always the most direct when I like a guy. Now, maybe it was that third cup of coffee this morning. Maybe it's just my loneliness that stiffens my spine. Whatever it is, I go with it. YOLO, as my Andrea would say. And since she's only 10 years old, I'm not getting eye rolls from her yet. She's in the other room, helping me unpack my materials since I couldn't get a babysitter. I'm lucky that she's so mature. Older than her years, really. She's always been that way. She wants to know what's happening in adults' conversations, comforts her classmates, and stands up to the bullies. And she's able to go with the flow of whatever life throws at us. You want to go now? Keith asks. Let's do it, I say to him, and I start to stand. Actually, could I just talk to you for a second before we go? He moves his hand through his thick, dark brown hair. I catch his cologne lightly when he moves. a gorgeous, rich scent that makes me want to curl up against him. Sure, yeah, no problem. I settle back into my chair, and he walks around behind his desk. I'm happy to have a few more minutes to soak in this hunk. His golden brown eyes settle back onto me, accompanied by a smile that makes me melt a little. I think he's gotten cuter since the last time I saw him. Maybe just better clothes? I'm thinking fondly of my sex on a desk fantasy that I've not yet had the opportunity to realize. I wonder if he's into a little risky fun too. He's got to be about 6 feet 2 inches or so. He has the strong hands of a rancher, but the beautiful eyes of a fairy tale prince. They almost change color with the weather, sometimes a shimmering brown tone like right now. Other times, more green or blue, but always with a bit of golden luster. He excites me and wakes up parts of my body that make me crave a reckless moment of passion. He sits in his black leather desk chair. So, that was my buddy Dean. He's actually friends with your brother James, he says. Oh, really? Small world. Never met him. I wonder where he's going with this. Could it have something to do with whatever conversation I walked in on? My brother James is an attorney whose main clients are ranchers in the area. I wonder if there's some business-related meaning in that glance Dean gave Keith before he left. Yeah, Keith replies, in a way that tells me he's got much more to say. So I smile and shrug my shoulders. I know he'll continue. So, we weren't actually talking about fantasy football, actually. With the chuckle of a nervous schoolboy, he continues. You wouldn't believe the idea that he just had to secure a promotion for me from the governor, cattle commissioner. That's a big deal. Exciting. What sort of idea? I feel genuinely happy for his potential career move, but I'm totally in the dark as to why he'd want to talk to me about what Dean thinks about it. Was he looking for my opinion on this? Well, it's sort of out there, he says more slowly, raising his eyebrows a little on those last words. Now I'm really all ears, I respond curiously. Well, Dean pointed out that the governor prefers to see a family man type as commissioner. The other guy in the running is that type, but is looking to sell out the land to tourist enterprises, shopping, you know. So Dean suggested that I hire a woman, an actress, really, to play my fiancée wife. Since, you know, it would be basically impossible to meet someone and make that all happen within the year. And obviously it would be a paid job as an actress, acting. Wow, that's like a rom-com in the making, I reply. I'm the one nervously laughing now. Haha, yeah, I guess it is, isn't it? He smiles. I melt. So, you want me to tell you what I think of the plan? I ask. Well, I was hoping, that you could, join the plan. He finally gets out. Me? No, I blurt, more loudly than I intend. I'm actually a bit flattered and admittedly excited by the proposed idea, but the surprise of it takes me way off guard. I'm just asking for a lunch date. Think about it. That's all I ask, he says warmly. Hey guys, what's up? Think about what? I'm done with that box you wanted, Mom. Andrea is standing next to me before I realize she's in the room. Out of shock, I don't really hear what she's saying. Huh? What? I look up at her. Think about what? She repeats. Oh, haha. Keith just asked me to be a part of his and his friend's silly scheme to pretend we're dating in order for him to get a promotion at his work. OMG, like a rom-com, Mom. That's a great idea. I love intrigue, she says dramatically and very enthusiastically. Look, it's not on the table for discussion right now. Let's drop the subject, I say. I need to think about this alone. Can we talk about this later, Keith? Why don't you just show me some of my job duties for now? I ask. I can tell he means well. He must know he just dropped a bomb of an idea on my head, though. Was this something I could do? If I did, Would he ever see me as an actual woman he'd date or just a coworker? Stuck in the friend zone for good? I do need the money. And I know Keith. He's not a stranger. And maybe most importantly, if it helps the ranchers, it's actually my contribution to a cause I support wholeheartedly. This is going to be swimming around in the back of my mind until I give him a final answer. Sure, of course, absolutely, he says graciously and stands, facing me with that smile. That really sexy smile. It's the dimple on his left cheek that completes the look. So cute. Can I go outside and play fetch with the dogs? Andrea asks as she heads for the door. Of course, hun. It'll take just a little bit, I reply as I stand and smooth my skirt, adjusting the stack of papers in my arms. So sorry I didn't prepare you better before I laid that whole idea in front of you, Keith says softly. I turn to him and smile, rolling my eyes. Prep me? That should have come with a certified warning. I jokingly respond. I'm not even upset with you. Just completely taken by surprise. It's all just a lot to consider. Well, I really appreciate you saying you'll think about it, he tells me. The initial shock wears off completely now, and I'm able to really see him, standing in front of me face to face as adults now. We're past those early 20-something days of dating people we don't really like and tolerating mediocre sex. Keith stands like a man who won't subject me to mediocre sex. Unconsciously, I arch my back slightly to thrust my chest forward over the paperwork I'm holding against my stomach. I can feel my body want to stop thinking about the drama, to press and move against his warm, broad-shouldered frame with no regrets. My body talks to me like this when I'm around Keith. I wonder if he can sense it, and if his body is saying the same thing. Maybe lunch another time, I suggest, when I actually want to have him for lunch. Oh, absolutely, he replies. Shall we? He extends his hand to allow me to lead us out of the office. I smile and walk out just a little more slowly than I normally do, hopeful that he takes the opportunity to see my butt in this skirt. I keep my back with the slight arch in it, just in case. Chapter 5. Carolyn. There's a strange sense of nostalgia that I feel when I pull up to Huma Elementary School. It's the first time that I've seen the school in about 10 years, before moving to California for undergrad. You can see the cute artwork drawn by the hands of children hanging in the windows cheerfully. Even though I'm sure it isn't the same as the pictures 10 years ago, they somehow look unchanged, timeless perhaps. You know, I bet some of your old teachers are still here, says Andrea from the back seat of the car. Maybe you can sneak in and make some macaroni art for old time's sake. Sure, but only if you'll let me hang it up on the fridge, I say. We trot into the front office of the school and introduce ourselves to the receptionist. After several packets of paperwork, Andrea's officially registered and ready to start school tomorrow. As we walk out, I glance down at Andrea to see the discomfort in her face. My mom energy kicks in. What's the matter, honey? I ask. I'm a little scared about tomorrow, she says. What if nobody likes me? Of course people will like you, I reassure her. You have a winning personality. She still seems unconvinced, and I decide to let it go. It takes time for other people to warm up to the new kid, and I'll be sure to remind her of that as well. Later that week, I decide to swing by James's office before starting work to ask for his advice. Keith's proposition still seems crazy to me, and I feel like I need someone else to hear about it before I can make a decision. James is my brother and Keith's friend, so I don't feel he'll steer either of us wrong. So wait, James says, before taking another sip of his coffee. He wants you to be his fake wife? Yeah, I confirm. For his political campaign, as the head of the cattle commission? Yep. So, is that just a table of cattle voting on how to be slaughtered? James says. I can tell by the tone of his voice that he's not joking, and that he's actually wondering how cattle politics work. No, James, I say, rolling my eyes. It's a commission that's appointed by the governor. It's a big deal here in Louisiana. What do you have to do with this? He asks. They told him that he needs to put on the Family Guy persona, I say, sighing. He can be so thick sometimes. People are more likely to trust him if he can show that he has a wife and a kid. James leans back in his chair to think about it. After a moment or so, he sits back up. There's a light in his eyes, and for some reason, he seems excited for me. Oh, geez. What is he gonna say next? Basically, he's guaranteeing you and your daughter a home and an income, he says. Or I reckon so, assuming he wins the election and all. What do you mean? I ask. Think about it, he says. If he wins the election, he has to keep you around. He has to make sure that you and Andrea are taken care of, and you'd never have to worry about that ever again. For a second, I'm frozen. James is actually right. As long as I put on a decent show for the public and give Keith a kiss in front of the cameras, I will be set. Then I realize I will have to kiss Keith. Something about this makes my chest feel a bit lighter. Keith has certainly aged quite well, maybe a bit too well. It's a dangerous thought to me that I'd be playing wife with someone as good-looking as him. This is a recipe for a big, gigantic crush. It'd be like high school all over again. Just saying, Carolyn, says James, interrupting my train of thought. Maybe you should consider the pros, not just the cons. The thought sits with me for the entire car ride back to Keith's place. What if James is right? That same night, Keith, Andrea, and I are at the dinner table. As we sit down with our meal, I notice that we are already playing the roles that Keith suggested for us. Like a family having a meal together, there's something peaceful about this arrangement. But while I appreciate this moment, I can't help notice that something's up with Andrea again. Hey, hun, I say, leaning closer to her. What's the matter? You haven't said anything the whole meal. Andrea looks down at her plate. I hope she doesn't plan to say anything smart about Keith's cooking. She almost looks as if she's about to cry, and I can now tell that this has nothing to do with the food. My hand rests on her shoulder before she manages to speak again. There's a father-daughter dance at the school this weekend, she says, mixing her food around with a fork. My new friends at school asked me if I wanted to come, but a silence fills the room. Keith and I exchange glances while I rub Andrea's back. The scars left behind by Linus's death still hurt, and there's not much I can say to make them heal. If everything were right in the world, he'd be dancing with her without any problem. What did you tell them? Asked Keith. I told them that I still have a lot of unpacking to do, she says. Ah, phooey, he exclaims. I can go with you to the dance, and we can dance together. But, says Andrea, her eyes widening, it's a father-daughter dance, and that doesn't matter, says Keith. We can pretend that I'm your dad, just like we talked about the other day with your mom. His eyes trail off and stare into mine, wondering if he's crossed a line. But I can't help but feel a bit of warmth in my heart. It's pretty big of him to offer that to Andrea, and she's already taken a liking to him. Keith was always a sweetheart in high school, and it was the main reason I had a thing for him back then. Mom, is that really okay? Asks Andrea, looking up at me. I know it wouldn't be the same, but... Of course it's okay, I say to her. Keith, can we have a chat once Andrea's gone to bed? Oh, sure thing, says Keith, stuttering a bit. Looks like someone's in trouble, says Andrea with a smirk. She pats Rocco's head, one of Keith's 2 dogs that she's really bonded with. I knew the animals here were going to be a selling point for Andrea. A bit nervous about what I have to say, Keith can tell that I've been thinking a lot about his proposition. When Andrea heads to her room for the night, I'm waiting out on the front porch. Keith knows where to find me and sits next to me on the bench. There's a short silence before he starts the conversation. So, what you thinking about? He asks. Your proposal, I say. I spoke to James, and he gave me some advice about it. What's the verdict? If I decide to become your wife, it only has to be in public, I declare. Sounds reasonable to me, he says. And Andrea and I have to have our own rooms. Okay, no problem, he says. Also, no sex, I say. Nodding, he does a double take at what I just said. Wait, what? He says, blushing as his face turns beet red. You heard what I said. No sex, I say, looking straight ahead. Most married couples have sex, you know. Most, anyway. Carolyn, he says, trying to find the right words. He's pretty cute when he's flustered. Just so you know, I definitely wasn't trying to get in bed with you and... Keith King, that was a joke, I say. Keeling over from the laughter, I almost fall off the bench. Then, I consider what I just said. Sex with Keith. Would that really be the worst thing in the world? Now my cheeks start to heat a little bit from the prospect, and a familiar feeling starts to wash over me. Well, I can promise you there'll be no sex, he says, breaking the tension. I've got no intention of taking advantage of a struggling mother. Good to hear, I say, my laughter becoming nervous. So do we got a deal or what? He says, extending his hand. Yes, Mr. King, I say, shaking it. I do declare myself to be your lawfully wedded wife. Keith chuckles from my corniness. Our eyes meet for a few seconds longer than we expect, and I start to wonder, is there something else going on here? At this point, we're too tired to give the idea any more attention, and we say our goodnights. Chapter 6. Carolyn. Lord, did I have my work cut out for me this week? Now I understand why Keith was so desperate for a new accountant. The last guy kept writing off expenses that didn't even exist, and I had to tell Keith that he owed an extra $9,000 in taxes. It was hard for me to tell him that not only was he in debt, but he also had several fake accounts in his name. For Christ's sake, said Keith. Who can I trust in this goddamn town? I promise I'll do right by you, I told him. After I said that, he looked me in the eyes for a few moments, and I knew he believed me. Then I realized that I had a bigger responsibility than I thought. I had to pretend to be his wife and save his finances. Carolyn, you put quite a lot on your plate. Still, I'm happy to do it for an old friend like Keith. With or without the crush, I've always thought of him as one of those people who shaped me into who I am today. How can I turn such a handsome face down? Wait, did I say handsome face? I meant great friend. On my last day of work this week, I'm in my office, which is only a few rooms away from my bedroom. Thankfully, today is a slow day, since I spent all my other work days fixing the last guy's mess. Just when I'm about to wrap things up and check to see how Andrea's doing, there's a knock at my door. It's Keith and Andrea. Stop the presses, announces Andrea. We have breaking news. What's going on? I ask. There is an urgent need for a new dress, says Andrea. Right, Dad? What do you need a new dress for? I ask. I had a feeling this was going to cost money. For the father-daughter dance, duh, she says. Dad said that he's going to pay for it. Oh, no, he didn't. Looking over at Keith, I raise an eyebrow at him. Without using any words, my face tells him that I don't want him paying for it. Clearly, Andrea doesn't get the message, and I make sure she knows this as well. Keith, I can't take your money, I say. You've already paid me in so much kindness, and then I'll give the money to Andrea, he says. After all, if I'm the father of this family, I have a right to buy my daughter gifts. For a moment, they smirk at each other, and Keith gives her a wink. Apparently, these two are having conversations when I'm not around, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. Andrea has this idea in her head that Keith is her new father, but does she understand how big of a deal that is? It looks like I need to have a little talk with her when Keith's not around. On our way to the mall, I take the opportunity to chat with Andrea about Keith. My problem isn't that Keith is trying to be her father. I just want to make sure that she's not going to have any baggage about this since Linus passed away. There's a lot of grief that Keith might have to work through. So, Andrea, I say, thinking of the best way to bring this up. You know that Keith's not your real dad, right? Of course I know that, she says, rolling her eyes. Come on, Mom. I'm a 5th grader, not a 4th grader. You just seem pretty gung-ho about taking him on as your dad, I say. There's a silence in the air as Andrea looks away from me. She's looking out the window with a pensive expression. Sometimes she has these moments where I can tell she's doing some high-level thinking, and then she says something that surprises all the adults in the room. Better brace myself. Mom, don't you think Dad would have wanted us to move on? She says. I know it's only a year, but I know that, honey. But you're asking Keith to fill some pretty big shoes, I say. But I know that no matter what, he would want to make sure that I'm taken care of, she says. And I think he'd prefer that you're not doing this alone. Now it's my turn to reflect. Have I been the reckless one this whole time? It's true that I've had a hard time taking care of Andrea all by myself. One person isn't meant to do all this work. I just hate hearing everyone else at school talk about their dads, she admits. It's not easy for me too, to be left out of that. Andrea, I say, you don't have to feel that way. Besides, I like Keith, she says. The other day he showed me how to milk a cow. He says that if I learn to do everything at the farm, maybe I could run the ranch one day. Baby, that's a lot of responsibility, I exclaim. The thought of Andrea taking over Keith's job one day is a shocking one. Wow, does Keith really trust us that much? I mean, I see the way you look at him, she says. I know how babies are made. Maybe I could get a brother or a sister. Andrea Carol Payton, I blurt out. Sometimes she can be a real piece of work. Kids these days are getting more and more scandalous. But at this point, if even Andrea notices that there's something between us, how can I deny it? I'm just saying, we're already doing this fake marriage thing, she says. Wouldn't it be easier if he's my real dad? Letting out a deep sigh, I drop the conversation. As smart-mouthed as she is right now, I understand where she's coming from. Back when Linus and I were together, she loved the routine that came with it. The 3 of us would go to the movies, get ice cream, and play in the park. Andrea has spent a year without her father, and she already misses that comfort. Maybe Keith wouldn't be exactly like Linus, but so far he's at least showing that he cares. That's more than you could say about a lot of fathers out there. Was it really such a big deal to let her think of him as her father? And yet, I can't help but feel a bit of hesitation. Sure, I'll admit that I've got a thing for Keith. He's matured into such a stand-up guy, and to be honest, he's even hotter than ever. But how would he feel about being a real father and taking care of Andrea? I'm not entirely sure yet. Regardless, Andrea and I head to the mall after pulling into the parking lot. We spend the rest of the afternoon shopping for her new dress, and an hour before dinner, she finally discovers it. It's a sparkling navy blue gown, and it fits her perfectly. I have to admit, I wouldn't be able to afford a dress this nice without saving a few paychecks. It is such a delight to see Andrea twirl around in her dress before we buy it. For a quick second, I realize I haven't seen her this happy in a while. Whatever's going on between Keith and I can wait because right now, Andrea's joy is all that matters. After all, does it really matter if Keith pays for the dress? We leave the mall just in time for dinner. Keith can clearly tell how good of a time we had once we're back from the mall. Like 2 little girls, Andrea and I are giggling over some gossip that she learned at school. With a smile on his face, he heads off into the kitchen to start cooking.
Chapter 7. Keith. One of the surprising things I learned about Andrea is that seeing her happy makes me happy. It's always a surprise to hear some of the things coming out of her mouth, and I'm often shocked that she's only 10. To be honest, I never thought of myself as someone who was crazy about kids, but Andrea is making me change my mind. The dance is filled with every cliché, pop songs playing in the background, fancy gowns, and of course, a punch bowl. Andrea is a natural at this, and it's interesting to watch her move between groups of kids like a schmoozer. She's more popular than I realized, and I think Carolyn is going to be relieved to know that. While Andrea isn't looking, I snap a photo of her talking to her friends and send it to Carolyn with a text message. Look how much of a little socialite she is. An answering text comes seconds later. She looks like she's having a great time. Thanks for inviting her. The next song plays and Andrea walks over to me. With a nod, we do another dance, and I'm surprised how good she is at square dancing. It's actually much harder than it looks, and she effortlessly weaves in and out of the dancing groups. Looks like Carolyn must have taught her a thing or two. When we both take a break to grab some punch, there's a little girl staring at Andrea and I. She must be Andrea's age or younger, but there is something going on with her face. It looks like she has something she really wants to say. And it looks like nothing is going to stop her. "Why'd you bring Mr. King to the dance?" she asks Andrea. "What do you mean?" she replies. "This is a father-daughter dance," says the girl. "Everyone here in Homa knows Mr. King, and he's not your dad." "He is now," says Andrea defiantly. "So what's it matter to you?" "When did this happen?" she says, still persistent. "They were friends in high school, and now they're in love," says Andrea. "You know, not all families have to look like yours." For a moment, the little girl looks like she's about to say something else. But instead, she takes a look at me, then at Andrea. Rolling her eyes, she walks away with a shrug. Some kids don't really understand the way the world works. If I were Andrea's age, I might have started a fight. But then again, not many kids are as mature as Andrea. She seems unfazed by this moment, and I can't help but be curious. Does she deal with a lot of smart remarks like this at school? I suppose it doesn't hurt to ask, right? "Who's that?" I ask Andrea. "Nobody worth our time," she says. "Someone as rude as her isn't worth a second thought." I'm impressed by her wisdom every day. Most kids would let this get to them, but Andrea just lets the comments bounce off her like tennis balls. There's something we could all learn from her. But it turns out Andrea has even more to say to me on the ride back home. "Hey, Keith," she says from the back seat. "Thanks for hanging in there and taking me to the dance." "Hanging in there," I say back. "That wasn't a chore, it was my pleasure." "It's just a lot to ask," she says. "To have you stand in as my dad. It was my idea," I say. "I know," she says. "It's just been pretty rough to go without a dad for so long." At this point, I'm not sure what to say. When Ma and Pa passed away, I was left with no one. It was just me, the ranch, and the Herefords. Nobody was there to tell me that it was all going to be okay, or that it gets better over time. Those were things I had to learn by myself, and I wasn't navigating that at 10 years old either. "You might not know this about me," I say, "but I know a thing or two about losing someone." "You do?" she asks, her ears perking up. "My Ma and Pa aren't with me anymore," I say. "When it's both your parents, it hits twice as hard." "Does it ever stop hurting?" she asks. "No, but it moves around a lot," I say. "The pain, I mean. It shows up in all sorts of ways when you least expect it." She looks out the window and stares out into the horizon. It's not much to offer, but Andrea seems smart enough to let this percolate in her own mind. A child shouldn't have to deal with all of this, but it's a good thing that Andrea's strong enough to even talk about it. Sometimes I'm surprised by how open she is to talk in the first place. Grief is something I've never given much thought. It's not something you think about. It's something you feel. like lightning in a cloud. It gets harder and harder to ignore. You start to wonder how no one else can notice the storm that's coming. Just as I start to think about that, I remember that Carolyn is going through her own storm as well. "I had a lot of fun, Keith," she says. Then a smile spreads across her face. "I mean, Dad." I smile back at her as we pull up to the ranch. Before she heads to her bedroom, she gives me a big hug. It's a huge relief to see that she actually likes me, and that she wants to think of me as her father. Before I can even get Carolyn's seal of approval, I have to make sure that Andrea likes me first. I hear voices coming from Andrea's room and know Carolyn and Andrea are already deep in conversation about the dance. They both sound happy, and it makes me smile. I wander into my own bedroom, leaving them to gab. As I trade my nice clothes for pajamas, I start thinking about what Carolyn's approval means to me. To be honest, I've been spending a bit too much time looking at how beautiful she's become. Lucky for me, I'm smart enough to know how not to cross a line. But wow, does she tempt me. Her skin shines like copper, and sometimes I catch myself staring into those green forests in her eyes. It's crazy to think that she was the same geek I knew in high school. The same geek who would get excited about plants and name every single one in the woods. I was always too shy to admit this, but I think I had a crush on her. I would even feel weird if she wasn't there one day, like something important was missing. And now we've come full circle, but it feels like I'm having to learn about a new version of Carolyn. And I find myself getting more and more interested every day. Carolyn's no sex comment feels less like a joke and more like a premonition. Man, I just want to kiss her and do whatever else comes after that. I'm not about to cause a ruckus in this family, but I have to admit, some days I just find excuses to hang around her. It'll look like me bringing her a coffee because she looks tired or something like that. She never seems to mind. Am I doing it again right now? Am I spending too much time thinking about her? No, relax, Keith. Don't need to start any thunderstorms in your head. I turn off the lights in my room and hit the hay.
Chapter 8. Carolyn? Hey, you got a second? I look up from the stack of papers scattered around my table and break into a wide grin as Keith walks into my office. Sure, I answer. Second? How about hours, days, months even? Snap out of it, Carolyn. Keith smiles back and takes the chair on the other end of the table. So, he begins. There's this high-profile charity event this evening I need to attend, and, well, I want you to go with me. The statement catches me off guard. Go with me? Of course. As his wife. Our first outing in public. Keith is polite enough to frame this as a request, but we both know that's not what this is. If he attends the fundraiser, so must his wife. Pretend wife, I remind myself. An image flashes through my mind, one of Keith escorting me to the party, his large calloused palms placed at my back, his fingers brushing against my skin, his eyes, a rich cocktail of gold flecks and green hues, ever watchful, tailing every move I make, his lips curving into a dazzling smile, pressing against my cheek, whispering in my ear, kissing me. I break out into a cold sweat in the middle of the day, spending hours in close proximity with Keith King, touching him, putting up an act of intimacy. Don't go there. My mind tries to warn me. I take a deep breath to quell my rising agitation. It's not his fault I can't seem to put a lid on my raging emotions. Keith has been nothing but patient, kind, and generous. An excellent host, employer, and friend. The least I can do is return the favor. I give him a wholehearted smile and lean forward. I don't mind, I say. There's just one problem. And what is that? He says. I don't think I've got a dress dramatic enough to announce the debut of Keith King's mysterious wife into society. I wait for him to laugh or smile or tease me back. He doesn't. Instead, he fixes his gaze upon my body. His eyes move over my skin in quiet appraisal, lingering on my chest for a tad too long. When he finally lifts his head, he looks straight at me. "That, dear Carolyn," he says softly, "is easily remedied." I spend the rest of the day in a stupor, driving to the mall, moving from one clothing store to another, listening to Andrea chat about her new friends and the absolute blast of a time she had with Keith at her school. He said I can bring my sketch pad and pencils to the party. Isn't that awesome? Yes, it is, I say, trying hard to forget the way he stared at me this morning. Was that a friendly stare? Could you even look at a friend that way? Did I imagine everything? Mom! Andrea tugs on my hand, bringing me to a hard stop. What? I say, looking around. We've been walking in circles for the past 20 minutes and you've got that look on your face. What look? The look. She folds her hands and smirks. I know what you're thinking about. I shake my head. I'd forgotten she wasn't your average 10-year-old. Well, she taps her foot on the floor, waiting for me to say something. Well, nothing. We gotta look for a dress for you. How about something with frills? No way. She makes a face. I want a pink gown, but not too pink like cotton candy. Something shimmery and stylish with a nice belt. Okay, I say. Let's hunt. Andrea's outfit is an easy find this time. She spots it the second we enter the store and perks up like a daffodil reaching for the sun. It's soft pink, just like she'd wanted, with puffed up sleeves and a fancy belt around the waist. Finding a dress for me takes more time. We settle for a dark green sleeveless gown that fits my body like a glove. What do you think? I turn around, waiting for Andrea's approval. Don't think it's my approval you want. She grins. I'd like to have it anyway. I ignore the insinuation. You've been stuck to that thing for the past 20 minutes. She narrows her eyes. And? So, if I tell you I hate it, will you drop it and go find another? No. I grin. Didn't think so. Get the receipt already. I want to go home. Home. I pause at the word. Home. Where Keith is. Strangely, that's how I've come to see his place in the past few days. Not Keith's place. Home. The thought troubles me. It's just temporary, I tell myself. And somehow, that just makes it worse. Like someone's put a needle through my heart. The remaining hours pass in a blur, and before I know it, I'm wearing the dress again that evening for real. I stare at my reflection in the mirror and give myself a small pep talk to calm my frenetic nerves. Logically, I have no reason to be this anxious. This ain't my first rodeo. I've been to a few high-profile events and fundraisers. This is my hometown, and I know most of these people in some capacity or another. And yet I can't shake the way I feel. Like there is a thunderstorm brewing in my head. Stop it, Carolyn. I throw my hands in the air and roll my eyes. Stop what? Keith enters my room looking devilishly handsome. He's wearing a button-down shirt, tuxedo jacket, bolo tie, and black slacks. His cowboy boots are stylish and go perfectly with the rest of his ensemble. Keith doesn't try to fit in with the rest of the crowd. He stands out simply by being comfortable in his own skin. That brings a smile to my face. All set to dazzle the masses, Mrs. King? He steps closer, giving me a whiff of his signature cologne. Well, I turn slightly to the sides, eager for his approval. Do I pass? I pair the gown with a simple diamond comb, silver studs, and light makeup. I wanted to compliment Keith without compromising on my personal sense of style. The look in his eyes tells me he likes it. It's the way he looked at me when he first invited me. Except, there's more. Something else. Whatever it is, it turns my legs to jello and makes my heart race. He reaches out and pushes a strand of hair behind my ear. You look good enough to eat, Carolyn, he says. Carolyn. My name on his lips is music to my ears. I duck my head to hide the grin pulling at my lips. You look great. Black is your color. I say. Who am I kidding? All colors look delicious on this man. I try to imagine him in a gaudy yellow, and somehow he is rocking that too. It's going to be fine. Keith takes my hand and gives me a gentle squeeze. I'll be with you, every step of the way. I'm counting on it, I say. Who's ready to roll? Andrea chimes in, and Keith and I break apart. I take one last look at myself in the mirror, setting my hair right while Keith walks up to Andrea. Hey, pretty girl. He ruffles her hair lightly. You ready? I'm going to get as many things down on the pad as I can. Andrea nods vigorously. I guess moving bodies will be harder to sketch, but I'll do my best. That's my girl. Keith grins. That's my girl. His words make my heart flutter, and I can't resist the smile that lights up my face. I pick up my clutch and walk toward them, ready to leave. The car ride goes smoothly. Andrea is excited about riding her first horse soon, and she spends the entire time firing questions at Keith. Questions he answers eagerly, happy to facilitate her growing interest in ranching and horses. I look out the window, quietly enjoying the easy camaraderie that has formed between these two. Closing my eyes, I tune out everything else and allow myself to enjoy the present. Here, tucked away in our own small world, I experience sheer bliss after a very long time. Bliss I desperately want to hold on to. Unfortunately, the feeling doesn't last. The second we step into the ball, all eyes turn to me. My hard-won composure begins to splinter. Now I know what people mean when they say they feel like a fish in a soup bowl. Chapter 9. Carolyn. Come on, Carolyn. You can do this. Just count to 3. Then step forward. 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. 2.333. Mom! What? I jump. First, Keith and I can hear you, and you sound really funny. Second, can you go easy on my hand? You're squeezing really hard. I'm so sorry, baby. I drop her hand. I didn't realize. Clearly. Are you okay? No. I shake my head. I think this was a mistake. I think I'm going to throw up and embarrass us all. I think, Carolyn. Keith takes my hand in his and draws me close. His eyes scan me for a second before he leans down and puts his mouth against my ear. You know what I think? I think the way you look tonight, you'll have every man in the room clamoring for your attention, losing his mind, falling head over heels. How do you know? He tilts my chin and locks our gazes. Because it's you. You're impossible to ignore, Carolyn, like the brightest star in the night sky. You take my breath away. All air leaves my lungs in a whoosh. His words wash over me, and my vision tunnels until all I see is him. Keith presses a brief kiss to my forehead. I smile, finally allowing my muscles to relax. You two are boring, and people are staring, you know. Andrea rolls her eyes and tries to look admonishing. Keith grins at her. Then he nods encouragingly at me. Ready, Mrs. King? He says. Lead the way, Mr. King. Andrea is right. Our little moment causes a stir in the ballroom. For the next hour, we're surrounded by a sea of people. Some are familiar faces, men and women I went to school with, hung out with, shared some of the greatest years of my life with. The rest are Keith's friends and acquaintances. Keith introduces me as his wife, Carolyn Peyton King. A ripple of shock runs through the crowd. We receive the full gamut of reactions, from the scalding disbelief of the single ladies and their mamas to hooting congratulations and catcalls from some of our old friends. We had a small, private ceremony. Keith slides his arm around my waist and addresses one of his friends. I'm a throwback. I knew what I wanted, and I wasn't going to wait for the banners to be posted. Fair enough? The woman grins. That's a lovely ring, Carolyn. You're a lucky girl. I smile, relieved I had the foresight to wear my mother's ring tonight. We work through the rest of the crowd until it's dinner time. We help ourselves to the buffet, and Andrea joins us once she's done taking down a rough sketch of the fountain on the other side of the room. Keith. She slides between Keith and me and gives him her best smile. Keith, can I please draw him? Who, darling? Him. Mr. Lonely. Andrea points to a man at the end of the table, in the farthest corner of the room, straight-faced, dressed immaculately, sipping some concoction. Oh, wait. That's Colin Jacobson, darling, I say. And he doesn't like talking to people. At least that's how I remember him. Mr. Misanthrope from high school. Well, Andrea ignores me. He'll like me. I'm nice. That's beside the point, I say. Some people are like chipmunks, solitary animals. They like being alone. It's you when you're sketching. You don't want anyone to disturb you. But he's alone. And sad. He's definitely not sad. I shake my head. Keith, she says, don't you think he's sad? No, I answer for him. Keith doesn't think he's sad. Now why don't you finish your dinner? The dancing is right after. Andrea looks down and gives the saddest shake of her head I've ever seen. Oh, this little minx. Deciding I'm the bad cop, she looks at Keith again. Please. Please, please. Okay, how about we go over and I introduce you to him? Keith chucks her under the chin and smiles. What? I say. Really? Andrea chimes in at the same time. Yes, but we can't start with the sketching. You'll have to talk to him. Really talk to him. Tell him something about yourself. Ask something about him. Find out what he likes. You've got to draw him into a conversation before you bring up the sketching. But that's small talk. I hate small talk. Why can't I ask him for a sketch? Andrea frowns. It's how it is with horses, love. Keith explains patiently. Remember what I told you? You can't ride a horse before you befriend him. You have to earn his trust first. It's the same with people. They like you better when you take the time to get to know them. Oh, well, I suppose that makes sense. Andrea bites her lip. By the time Keith's back by my side, Andrea's smiling, hanging on to every word leaving Colin's mouth. And as for Colin, well, he's not Mr. Misanthrope anymore. He's taken a liking to her. What are they talking about? I say. Horses. He's got a ranch of his own. He just reminds me of the good old days. Remember how standoffish he was? You could tell he hated almost everyone. Is he still the same? No, not really. He's changed quite a bit over the years. I suppose. It's been a couple of years. A lot has changed. Not everything, Keith says non-committally. No, not everything, I think. Your eyes haven't changed. Your smile hasn't changed. The way you leave me starstruck and breathless hasn't changed. Your effect on me? That hasn't changed. Carolyn. Keith looks at me seriously. I don't want to talk about Colin Jacobson anymore. I want to do what I've been itching to do since the moment I clapped eyes on you in that dress. What? I say, feeling a flurry of butterflies in my stomach. He stands up and extends his hand to me. What else do you do in a ball? He grins with wicked relish. Dance with me, Mrs. King. And so, we dance. The band starts playing a slow tune as we cross the dance floor, and the atmosphere readily changes. Everything slows down. Every second intensifies. Keith puts his arm around me, drawing me into his body. He's a skilled dancer, every movement fluid, every twirl effortless. He takes to dancing the way he takes to every other act in life. He's charismatic. When Keith dances, it's like he's the only man in the room. You're thinking something. His hand slopes down my shoulder to my back as he twirls me again. A shiver runs through me. Yes, I say breathlessly. I'm actually thinking how good you are at this. It's funny now, but I never really thought of you as the dancing type." "Really?" He teases me. "So you used to think about me." "That's not the point." I smile. "Tell me more. What type did you think I was?" "The jock type, I guess. The kind who'd be more interested in playing catch than foxtrots. You spent so much of your time outside anyway, either out in the woods or on the track back in school." He pulls me close. "So you had a crush on me?" "What?" "You definitely followed me around." "No, what I mean is..." I stop, realizing he's flat out grinning. "You're mean." I duck my head. "No, you're right. You know what hasn't changed?" "What?" "The way you duck your head every time you feel overwhelmed or shy." "How do you know?" I resist the urge to look away. He smiles and touches my ear, caressing the back of my earlobe. "Because your ears change color," he says. "And you start pursing your lips, as if you could hide what you're thinking. Your emotions show up on your face." I close my eyes, feeling his nose press against mine. The music drops to a lull. The people disappear. I lift my hand and press it against his chest, feeling his heart thundering against my palm. "You are right, you know," I say. "I did have a crush on you." I watch as his chest expands, his eyes dilate, and his mouth parts. He pulls me even closer, and our breaths coalesce. "Carolyn," he says, and the most gorgeous smile takes up on his lips. And for a fleeting moment, I wish for this night to never end. We dance some more after that. Keith takes turns dancing with me and Andrea. And when it's time to leave, I feel a little forlorn, hating the fact that it has to end at all.
Chapter 10. Keith. Everyone looked so fancy. It was like a fairy tale for ranchers. Don't you think, Mom? "You're right, sweetie," Carolyn says as she slowly looks me up and down. "Everyone looked great." I clench the steering wheel tighter, staring straight ahead at the road. I could look at Carolyn in that dress forever. As much as I want to soak her in, I obviously can't take my eyes off the road. I'd never put the two of them in danger like that. "Andrea, I almost forgot," I say. "I need you to remind me which store you ended up getting your dress at." "Why would you need to know that?" she asks. "Well, some of the other parents were saying how beautiful you looked and wanted to get a similar dress for their daughters." "Well, tell them it's all sold out. This dress is just for me." "Whatever you say, sweetie. I didn't think you wanted to be a fashion icon at school anyway." I see Carolyn cover her smile with her hands, and I can barely suppress a grin myself. I glance at Andrea in the rearview mirror, and after a few seconds of deliberation, her face lights up. "Very well. I suppose you can tell them." She does nothing to hide her smile. "That's very gracious of you, dear," Carolyn adds. Andrea picks up steam from there and continues gushing about how fun the party was and how many great drawings she got done. I'll have to thank Colin for spending so much of the evening with her. I chime in every once in a while, but my mind is elsewhere. It's actually still back at the party. I can't forget the feeling of Carolyn in my arms as we danced, the smell of her perfume when she laid her head on my chest, the sound of her laughter when we danced in an awkward triangle with Andrea. Even when I was a kid, I knew she was beautiful, and that sentiment just grows stronger the longer she is back. Tonight was something else, though. My body is buzzing, just thinking about the woman sitting a foot away. Others at the party took notice of her, too. Friends and colleagues alike pulled me aside to make sure I knew how lucky I am. A few of the older ranchers were a little too eager to get a dance with Carolyn, and I feared they'd have wandering hands, so I steered them away. It seemed the consensus was overwhelming approval for her. A nugget of unease worms its way past my other emotions. I'd lied to everyone. These are people I've known for years. In many cases, for my whole life. People I respect. I'd been raised with a clear mandate that lying was wrong. That rule doesn't go away just because it's inconvenient. That said, I am doing this in order to help the ranchers. None of them, myself included, want this area to become just another tourist attraction. I decide to put those thoughts aside for now. I just spent a magical night with two of my favorite people. My stupid conscience doesn't need to ruin that for me. Playing the family man feels so natural. Logically, I know that this is all a charade, but I'm starting to wish it wasn't. Wouldn't it be great if I could spend more nights like this with these two? Before I know it, I'm pulling down the drive to the house. Andrea went quiet a few minutes ago. Checking the rearview mirror, I see she has fallen asleep. Carolyn turns to wake her up, but I grab her hand as she reaches out and shake my head. Even the brief moment of contact gives me a jolt. I bundle Andrea in my arms and take her into the house. Carolyn gets the front door open, shushing the dogs who bound around us as I quietly make my way down the hall towards Andrea's bedroom. I nudge her door open with my hip and set her as gently as possible on the bed. I start to unlace her shoes when she speaks. "I was awake the whole time," Andrea says. "I can take my own shoes off." I would guess by the slight slur in her voice that she had certainly been asleep at some point. I know better than to argue with a sleepy 10-year-old, though. As I stand up, Andrea nuzzles deeper into her pillow and makes no move to remove her shoes. "Okay, little miss," Carolyn says from behind me. "No sleep yet. Let's get you into some jammies and a quick brush of your teeth before bed." As Carolyn cajoles Andrea towards the bathroom, I head to my room. I change into sweats and an old t-shirt for bed, but I already know I won't be falling asleep anytime soon. I can still hear Carolyn's gentle voice coming from Andrea's room as I make my way to the front room. Settling in for a while, I get a fire going before heading to the kitchen. I open a bottle of red and pour myself a very full glass. "How about a glass for me as well, barkeep?" Carolyn is leaning against the counter. She's got on leggings and a faded old hoodie that is almost as sensual as the evening gown. I don't drop the wine bottle, but it's a close thing. "As you wish, ma'am. Would you care to enjoy your wine by the fire?" She laughs and follows me into the other room. I carefully take a seat on the couch so as to not spill the wine. She sits down next to me and slides over before taking her glass. She's so close I can still smell a faint whiff of her perfume. "I had a wonderful time tonight. We both did," she says. "I'm glad. It certainly sounded like Andrea had a good time. I think I'm never going to be able to skip one of these events again now that she's gotten a taste for them. It's not just her. I haven't had that much fun in a long time. It really was magical." Magical is a good descriptor. What made it that way for you, though? The music, the food, the dresses, the company. She takes a gulp of her wine, and not knowing what to say, I do the same. I can see out of the corner of my eye that she's fighting a grin. Even that is sexy as hell. My body reacts naturally, and suddenly, sweatpants don't seem like the wisest of choices. I cross my legs to avoid any misunderstanding. Although it's not as if my body is alone on this. She steers the conversation back to safer territory. We talk about old friends and how they've changed over the years. I complain about all the schmoozing, and she gushes over the food. I tease her that my home-cooked dinners aren't good enough, and she assures me that the gala food has nothing on my world-famous breakfast scramble. "It's actually getting a little warm in here with the fire," she says as she takes off the hoodie. As she pulls it over her head, I get a brief flash of her stomach, which immediately puts all other thoughts out of my head. Her ponytail is now messy. She blows a few stray strands out of her face as I appreciate the tank top she was wearing beneath the hoodie. "You're right, it is getting quite hot in here," I respond, despite the fact the fire has practically gone out by this point. I put my long empty wine glass on the table. "There's actually something from the party I wanted to bring up with you," I say. "What's that?" she asks as she sets her glass on the table as well. When she sits back, she is as close as can be without sitting on my lap. I keep talking before I let that thought get too much steam. "You said you had a crush on me back in the day. I figure it's only fair to admit that I have a crush on you too." Her eyes widen, but she doesn't move away. What am I doing? Don't you mean, Had? I think back to my last sentence and realize my mistake. She's right. I didn't speak in the past tense. I said have. Blood thunders in my ears. She's staring at me. I'm surprised she hasn't commented on how loudly my heart is beating. I want to explain myself, but her hand is resting on my arm. I stop thinking and just do what feels right. No. Her eyes widen and her lips part slightly. I brush a stray strand of hair behind her ear. I'm not sure which of us leaned forward first, but the next thing I know, she's in my arms. Finally, I get to experience what her lips feel like on mine.
Chapter 11. Carolyn. Finally. Was it the gala, the wine, the low-burning fire? Whatever parts of the equation it took to get to this moment, I couldn't be happier with what is happening. I had been thinking about Keith all evening, even before we got home and shared a bottle of wine. I'd wanted him to kiss me since before we even arrived at the gala. If I was being honest, probably long before that. Of course, I had still been surprised by his confession just before we kissed of having a crush on me. I had hoped, but certainly not expected for the night to go in this direction. Rather than think the situation to death, I'm just going to enjoy the moment. The wonderful, sensual moment. Keith is a large man, but he kisses so gently. His hands don't roam. His mouth is in no rush. For all his restraint, I can feel the sense of urgency coming from him. He's holding himself back for me. That thoughtfulness drives me wild. I pull him closer and kiss with wild abandon. Where he is gentle, I'm rough. I want him to let go of his restraint. I want him to take me. I peel his shirt off of his large frame and admire his rancher's body. Years of physical labor have left him with a physique that anyone would envy. I want to feel those muscles against me, but pause when I see a ragged scar across his belly. "What's that from?" I ask, running my hand down his chest. "Got caught on some barbed wire fencing years ago?" He growls back. "It looks impressive." "Thanks. Let's see if you have any scars to match." I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vic Savon audiobook is available at BWWM.com, and with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product. Finally, he gets up. My body is still pulsing with pleasure. I soak in the sight of him as he crosses the room. The only thing illuminating him is moonlight from the open window. He grabs a towel, and I get cleaned off. He disappears briefly in a robe and returns with a bundle of our clothes from the front room. He shuts the bedroom door quietly. He climbs into bed and pulls me under the blankets with him. I'm exhausted, and the man just made me finish twice, yet part of me still wants to continue. Our bodies intertwine. He wraps me in his arms. His scent fills my nostrils. His breathing slows as he begins to fall asleep. My eyelids are heavy. I'm sure to join him soon. My thoughts are in a contented, messy jumble. I do know one thing, though. This is where I want to be. I love falling asleep in his arms. I feel wanted. I feel secure. I feel like...
I hope you're enjoying this audiobook by Vic Savon. If you want to keep hearing more audiobooks, then please hit that subscribe button and like the video. It may seem insignificant, but the more people that subscribe, the easier it is to produce more audiobooks in the future. So please help us out and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for listening, and now back to your book.
Chapter 12. Keith. The early morning light streams into the room through a crack in the curtain. I watch a wayward ray of sun creep over her pillow and light up her rich, lustrous hair. I resist the temptation to bend down and bury my face in those rich locks, just to fill up my lungs with the smell of her. It goes without saying that my eyes follow the gentle curve of her neck, down to the soft swell of her bosom, hidden beneath the sheet. Her breath comes slowly, rhythmically. As she moves in her sleep, her hip brushes against me. My body immediately responds to the memory of her, and before I act on the slow heat building up again, I know it's time for a cold water-cooling shower. Get yourself together, man! I gently pull myself away and try not to disturb the sleeping goddess. Good grief, she's gorgeous! Her movement exposed a perky nub, and I'm on the verge of becoming undone once again. How does she do that? She's not even awake. The best way to drag myself away from the room and the hidden treasures within is to stay busy. My stomach reminds me that a marathon lovemaking session takes its toll on energy levels, and whipping up a hearty ranch breakfast is the best distraction. Coffee is brewing, and I'm checking on the rest of the breakfast feast when my carefully laid out plan of distraction falls down like a house of cards. Morning, Carolyn says, and that single word is enough to make me forget what I'm doing. Her velvety smooth voice is a stark reminder that it is not the only velvety smooth part of her. She moves around to my side and runs her hand up my back, reaching up on her tippy toes to plant a kiss on my shoulder. It takes everything not to turn around and devour her instead. Get yourself together. Morning yourself, I croak, hoping she mistakes the strain in my voice for early morning fog. You up for good old farmer's brew and breakfast? I try to get the words out without my voice shaking. How is it possible that flannel pajamas and tousled hair can look this good on a person? While slightly oversized, I can still catch the curve of her chest whenever she bends over just a little. It takes everything not to explore what's behind the buttons of the shirt. Images of her sitting on the kitchen counter in nothing but that flannel shirt make their appearance, and it takes everything not to give into the moment. Yes to the breakfast and coffee, she says as she moves in behind me to help finish up the coffee. Slight brushes and touches here and there only add to the tension, until Carolyn brings me back to reality sharply. I haven't seen much of James since I've come back. When I was in San Francisco, I relished the thought of seeing him every day if I ever moved back here, and now, nothing. She ends with a slight giggle, but it is enough to set my mind reeling. Is it a sibling thing? James. Damn. That name alone reminds me that this enormous boner is for my best friend's sister. It's enough to drain the blood right out of it, at least for now. Nah, I imagine James is thinking the same. We should have him over for dinner sometime. In just a short space of time, I'm flooded with a stack of emotions that should never have to follow a night like the one before. I'm not only her brother's best friend, I'm also her employer and landlord. There is supposed to be an element of trust, and I'm racked with guilt for taking advantage of that. Yes, that would be great. I know Andrea would enjoy having him around. I force a smile, the offer doing little to assuage my guilt. Relief washes over me as it seems small talk and chit-chat are going to be the order of the day. It's not that I don't want to go down that oh-so-titillating road again, but I'm also starting to notice a strange, protective feeling. I don't want to hurt her, hurt them. Last night was magical. I haven't been to a soiree like that in a very long time. I never imagined that this neck of the woods had such a concentration of affluence and, dare I say, glam. I've been to a few events in San Francisco, but if I tell you they pale in comparison, you better believe me. Her face glows with excitement, and it adds to the guilt building up in the pit of my stomach. But the grand finale is something I could never have experienced. What happened between us? Her cheeks fill with color, and I know that I should step in before I give in to the sexual tension slowly building in the room. Yes, about last night. I'm sorry I've let you down like that. You trusted me to take care of you and Andrea, and instead, I take advantage of you like a rogue. Last night shouldn't have happened, and it won't again, I promise. Despite this being my best attempt at trying to keep our relationship alive, I can't help but notice a look of regret on Carolyn's face. I know she enjoyed it, but surely she must have some regret. What about her carefully laid out plans and the only rule she had coming into this sham with me? Oh yeah, sure. My thoughts exactly. Well, let me go see if Andrea is up yet. Her leaving the room takes the warmth right with it. What the hell did I do? Is it possible I made the situation worse by trying to protect her? Breakfast is a dour affair as one thought after the other races through my mind. Right at the top of the list is how to fix the situation I've created. You've really gone and done it, bucko. Is anyone going to tell me what's going on? Andrea doesn't miss a moment to call out the elephant in the room. Classic Andrea. Her best quality and right now, also her worst. Nothing, sweetheart. I just think I had a little too much wine and dancing last night. Keith is probably in the same boat as me. Carolyn stares at me, and while I can feel her eyes burning into my scalp, I try to keep my focus on Andrea. Yes, exactly as your mom says. I think my party days are behind me. I gobble up the last bit of breakfast and hurriedly excuse myself from the table. I have to get out of here. As I make my way to the stables, I feel the icy fingers of regret creep up my belly and take hold of my heart. There's no denying that I've let Carolyn down, and there is just no way of fixing it apart from abstaining from lovemaking. The thought leaves me bitter. I thought this might restore some of the balance. I place a cup of coffee on her desk, trying to find a spot that's not littered with paperwork. My paperwork. Andrea decided to have her dinner in her room to catch up with schoolwork, and Carolyn decided to skip dinner entirely. If I thought that breakfast was bleak, dinner was a damn nightmare. I sat there chewing on tasteless, textureless food that just seemed to multiply in my mouth. While I might not be able to win her over with a meal, I know coffee is always a win. At least it gets me a foot in the door. Yeah, sure, thanks, she mumbles without looking up from her paperwork. I can see she's working on some pretty hairy accounting, and while I want to save her from the trash pile that good-for-nothing accountant left, I know that this is why she's here. Are we going to talk? I feel this question is like prodding a beehive with a hot poker. I'm pretty sure you covered it this morning. But just to cross the T's and dot the I's, I'm with you on last night being a mistake. It never should have happened. Let's just focus on what I'm paid to do. Why ruin a friendship with sex? She ends that with a slight smile to make me believe we're on the same page, but there's still an underlying sadness in her eyes. It takes all I have to smile and make my exit. Carolyn is everything I've ever wanted in a woman. I just never knew it. That is just part of the reason I can't screw this up. It just feels that the more I try to fix this, the more I'm making it worse.
Chapter 13. Carolyn. Mom. I look up just as Andrea bursts through the door. A quick glance at the clock tells me I should have left to pick her up at school a half hour ago. I'm the worst mother in the world. And how on earth did she get here? Honey, is everything okay? I quickly assess her appearance. She seems happy. She's bouncing up and down with excitement about something. I can't imagine what, but the next words out of her mouth explain it all too well. Keith gave me a horse, Mom. He said I can start lessons right now, if it's okay with you. Is it, Mom? Is it? Please, Mom, please. I open my mouth, but no words come out. Please, Mom. Carolyn. Keith steps into the room, hesitates, and leans back against the door. His t-shirt is stretched out across his chest, and his upper arms are straining the fabric of the sleeves. He is smiling, every bit as happy as my daughter. My heart skips in my chest. He really is everything I have ever wanted, and he even likes my kid. I drop my eyes down to his abs, which I know are rock hard. I think about tracing my finger up and down his scar. I'm never going to get the chance to do that again. I look down even further, so now my eyes are directly on his crotch, and I quickly look back at my work. I feel the heat rise in my face. A horse, I say, trying to keep my voice from cracking. Really? Mom, please. Keith says I can pick one. I'll make sure she picks one of the gentler ones, Keith says. Breathe, I tell myself. All you are is Andrea's mom right now, remember? Sex was a mistake. You both agreed on that. Well, he said so, and I agreed so I wouldn't look like an idiot. I need to get okay with this. Just friends thing and fast. The faster the better. Immediately. Like yesterday. What exactly is going on here? I ask. You're giving her a horse? Mom! I just figured she's a ranch girl now, Keith says. She needs a horse. It's practically state law. State law? Seriously? I reply. I chance a look at his face to see if I can look him in the eye without thinking about what we did. What he did to me, and how much I liked it. Nope. Well, maybe not state, but county law? Definitely. Maybe more like an ordinance. I need to talk to Keith, I tell my daughter. But Mom, out now, I say in what I think of as my firm but kind voice. Andrea screws up her face, and I know she is not happy, but she leaves. Shut the door, I tell him. He shuts it and comes over to me. Keith puts his hands on the desk and leans towards me. I force myself to look in his eyes, trying to ignore how good he smells, like earth and sun and sex. If Andrea wasn't listening right outside the door, I would tackle him. Well, he's way too big for me to tackle. That wouldn't work. But I'd do something. To hell with the paperwork. Get a grip, I tell myself in my stern and not the least bit kind voice. My stop being a complete pathetic excuse for an independent, strong woman voice. He told you it was a mistake. Get over it. Now, why are you doing this? I ask. She's my best friend's niece, he says. That's all. A new pain surges through my chest. He's just trying to be nice to Andrea. Maybe part of him is trying to make it up to my brother for sleeping with me. Disappointment and relief battle in my head. We can't be together. That's all there is to it. The sooner I get used to that, the better. But look at him. Part of me screams, the part below my waist, between my legs. It was amazing. Yes, it was. Now it's over, and it's better that way, I tell myself. One perfect night, one perfect memory. That's all it can be, so be grateful for it. I'll give her lessons, Keith says. We can start right now. We've been talking about it since she got home from school. Oh, school, I say. You picked her up? James did. When she got home, she found me in the stable. She couldn't stop talking about the horses. Maybe I should have asked you first, but I figured I'd keep her busy so you can keep working. That would be good too, right? I agree. So I'll take her out there now? Right now? I'll be really careful. I know how special she is. I won't let anything happen to her. I promise. I force a smile onto my face. Andrea is going to be thrilled. That is all that matters. I know you won't. You trust me? Oh, there's a loaded question. I know Andrea will be safe with you. And happy. Go. Get out. I have loads of work to do. Great. He hesitates, then holds his hand out. A handshake? Really? I have no choice, but I just kind of slap his hand in some horizontal high five thing. After the gala, we were one in body, and at times I thought maybe even soul, but this is fine. Terrific. He leaves without another word. I force myself back to my work. I can't focus, so I pull out my phone and set the timer for 15 minutes. I know if I can get into the flow of the work for that long, I'll be good. When the timer goes off, I dismiss it without even thinking. The numbers are wonderful. They are factual and devoid of all feeling and emotion. 1 and 1 is, no, never mind. Pluses and minuses. Oh crap, also bad. Pluses, I like him, he's gorgeous, successful, amazing in bed. I stop myself before I add any more items to the list. Unavailable, I remind myself. Uninterested, unwilling. Any one of those would cancel out all the pluses in the world, and he is the trifecta. I work for another hour, then push my chair back. It is still hot when I step out of the house. I make my way through the stable, but there is no sign of Andrea or him. I find them in the first ring and lean up against the fence, watching them. Standing next to the horse, my daughter looks tiny. She could practically walk under it without bending over at all. I wonder if this really was a good idea. She could kill time on the iPad while I work. The iPad isn't a great babysitter, but it can't step on her or throw her like this giant animal could. "You sure this is the one?" Keith asks my daughter. "Yes," she says. "You have good taste," he says. "When do I get to ride her?" "First, you need to get to know the animal, okay?" he says. "And if you are going to ride, you need to know how to take care of her. Now, normally you'd have to take the saddle off, but we'll get to that tomorrow. We'll start with brushing. Get up on the stool." Andrea steps up on the stool and starts brushing the horse. "Is that good?" she asks. "Perfect. You know, I think you're a natural." I watch Andrea groom the whole side of the horse. It really does seem like a gentle one. I guess I'll have to trust that Keith knows what he is doing. "Should I do the other side?" Andrea asks. "You bet. Hey, do you want your mom to take a picture first?" I climb through the fence, pulling my phone out of my pocket as I walk towards them. "Isn't she beautiful, Mom? And she's mine." She is beautiful, I agree. I can't remember the last time I saw my daughter this happy. I decide not to spoil it. I'll finish the job and get us out of here as fast as I can. Until then, she can be happy. One of us should be.
Chapter 14, Keith. Is Uncle James actually going to show up? Of course, sweetie, Carolyn responds. He was always running late, even when we were kids. He'll show up eventually, though. Good, because I want to tell him about All-Star. I also want to tell him about all the animals on the farm and all the fun we've been having. I just hope he doesn't do that thing where he pretends to grab my nose. Afraid he's actually going to get it this time, I ask as Carolyn gets out of her seat and approaches the ball return. I pointedly don't stare at her buttocks as she picks up the bright orange bowling ball she has chosen for the night and approaches the lane. Her technique is terrible, but she looks undeniably good rolling the ball, even if it would have gone into the gutter almost immediately if it weren't for the bumpers. I know he isn't going to get my nose, Andrea replies. It just isn't very funny. Well, we will just have to wait and see then, I say. Even when we were all barely older than you, your uncle was a jokester. Were they always as lame as they are now? Yeah, pretty much, Carolyn says as she sits back in her seat. Actually, I don't think his comedy has evolved much at all. Exactly, I say. There's a reason why he was voted most likely to attend clown college when we were in high school. Who are you calling a clown? James bellows in mock outrage, appearing behind our seats. He's holding a beer and a pair of battered bowling shoes. Obviously you. I laugh as I greet him with a pat on the arm. James wraps Carolyn in a big bear hug that takes her feet off the ground. Andrea puts down her bowling ball and cautiously approaches James. He goes in for a hug, but at the last second pretends to snatch away Andrea's nose. She rolls her eyes, but still gives her uncle a big hug. Sorry I'm late, James says after he finishes his welcome. He settles into a chair and tries to tighten the old bowling shoes enough to stay on his feet. I got caught up with a business opportunity a buddy of mine put me on to. Apparently, fossil fuel is on its way out. There is a huge market for these big R&D companies to get their hands on cow manure to use as an alternative fuel source. It's going to be the next big thing. I'm sure it will, James, Carolyn says with an admirable amour of restraint. You can tell us all about it later, but for now, let's just enjoy a nice time bowling, shall we? Right. Of course you're right, sis. So who is in the lead here? If I'm reading the names on the screen right, looks like young Andrea is smoking the two of you. He's right. Andrea is inexplicably skilled at bowling. Or maybe lucky. The ball bounces between the bumpers at least 5 times whenever she rolls, and yet she picks up more spares than Carolyn and I combined. I haven't been to the lanes in a couple of years, so I'm quite rusty. Carolyn, for all her other admirable qualities, is just terrible at bowling. Let me just make sure I have this right before I take my turn. All-Star is likely. Andrea, I assume Horsebutt is Keith. And I'm going to take a wild guess and say Mom is you, Carolyn. You got it, now bowl, Andrea commands. James takes his turn, and we finish out the game before starting another. I grab us all hot dogs, and Andrea digs into a giant pretzel with the intensity of someone who doesn't yet know what a carb is. It's been so long since I've been bowling. I almost forgot how fun nights like this could be. Things also feel a little more normal with Carolyn lately, thank God. I think nothing can dampen my mood. Then I see her 4 lanes down. Susie has always been the center of attention in any room she is in. When you're tall and blonde with the body of a particularly well-proportioned model, why wouldn't you be? She has such a high opinion of herself, no one even questions her obsession with bowling. Before I can figure out how to sneak out the back, she makes her way towards us. Carolyn hasn't noticed anything yet, but James's grimace tells me he sees the trouble coming our way. "Oh my gosh, Keith, is that you?" Susie says. "It's been so long." She puts her arms out for a hug, so I oblige her. She holds on to me just a second too long after I release her. I give her a meager greeting as I'm flooded with memories. Driving to the city to see some plays Susie was interested in, sitting together in the bed of my truck watching the sunset and laughing until I spit water out of my mouth. Also, sex. Lots and lots of sex. We definitely had some good times when we were dating. I also remember fights about stupid things, like why I didn't wear the ugly shirt she got me for Christmas enough. Being forced to watch her bowling matches 3 times a week and not getting to play because I had to take pictures of her in action for her bowling Instagram. Or being made to feel small whenever I tried to express my emotions. The bad far outweighed the good with us. It made sense to break up, even if she didn't like it. I shake myself out of my reverie and pay attention to the immediate situation again. James tips an imaginary hat at Susie, but otherwise says nothing. They never had gotten along well. Then she turns to Carolyn and looks her up and down with a critical eye. "You must be the great Carolyn I've heard so much about," Susie says. "I heard you were back in town and have been hooking up with Keith. I suppose it isn't so strange that Keith would rebound with someone like you. Probably makes him feel good to throw a bone to someone with split ends and mediocre tits." I'm shocked silent. I know Susie has an attitude, but this is insane. How can an adult talk to another person that way? Carolyn just stares, likely equally shocked by the pure rudeness on display. "Well, have your fun for now, I suppose. A girl like you could never hold on to a man like Keith anyway." Andrea walks back to us after picking up another spare, and Susie turns her eyes to her. "Well, aren't you cute?" she says as she pinches one of Andrea's cheeks. The poor girl's look of confusion is finally enough to snap the adults back into action. Carolyn steps to her daughter's side. I move to direct Susie away from the group, but James beats me there. "Susie, baby, how you been?" he says as he puts an arm around her. "Those fake tits still treating you well? I hear they had a bad batch of Botox down the road. Hope you weren't affected. Also, are you interested in hearing about an investment opportunity that will change your life? You see, it all starts with cow trash." Susie rolls her eyes and removes James's arm from her shoulders. She gives Carolyn one last glare before winking at me and walking away. I'm so embarrassed by Susie's behavior, I can't even look at Carolyn as I explain that she was my ex. Andrea expresses her contempt for Susie, but is more subdued than usual. The playful mood from before has been considerably dampened. We finish out the last frame of the game, but no one expresses any desire to play another. We say goodbye to James and pile into the truck. I drive us home in almost complete silence. Even with the radio on, the lack of conversation is deafening. I know I should say something, but I don't even know where to begin. I should have known better than to take the girls to that bowling alley, no matter how badly Andrea wanted to go. When I finally put the truck in park, Andrea scampers off to feed All-Star. Good girl. I walk with Carolyn to the front door. I finally open my mouth to explain things to her for real, but she interrupts me. She says goodnight and disappears into her room. I know I handled this all wrong. It feels like that's all I can do lately with Carolyn. I trudge to my room. I'm sure staring at the wall while I shower will make me feel better. Not.
Chapter 15. Carolyn. A million thoughts are running through my head as I twist a loose thread on the blanket around my finger, over and over again. The headboard is hard against my back, but the will to move a pillow in behind me escapes me. The physical pain as the hardwood digs into my shoulder blades is nothing compared to the pangs of hurt and betrayal shooting through my chest. My heart feels like a tight ball of exposed nerve endings, and my breathing is shallow. I force myself to remain tear-free. I owe it to myself not to shed a single tear over that brat. The feelings shift to anger as I remind myself that I'm not at school, and her bullying tactics are no reflection on the special arrangement I have with Keith. What the hell does his life, or who shares his life with, have to do with her? The intensity of the twisting increases as my anger rises, and I just have to remind myself that I shouldn't have to feel this way about someone so obviously vapid. How is anyone so cruel? So brash? The thing that keeps rolling around my mind, however, is how Keith even has an interest in someone like her. She's attractive, and that adjective is about as good as it's going to get with me. But she's also as toxic as a venomous spider, or snake, or scorpion. Take your damn pick. I want to get off the bed, but I'm glued. Those few steps to the door might as well be all the way back to San Francisco. It's hard to control the anger and, what? Disappointment? Mom? Andrea pokes her head through the door, her one-word question mirrored on her face. She's just about the only person I can stomach right now. Are you okay? Are you worried about that floozy at the bowling alley? Because if you are, I'm in my right mind to go over there and... Andrea clenches her hands into tight fists, and I can tell she'll just about make true on that promise. Hold up, sweetheart. Yes, I'm upset. One day when you're a little older, you might understand. While I admire your spirit, there's no need to turn into my personal bodyguard just yet. I add a little chuckle to that, attempting to lighten the conversation a little. This simmering anger will need to be below the radar for now. Mom, please. Like I don't understand. This one time at the old school, Becky, the school mean girl, came over while I was sitting with Greg. You know Greg, Mom, my friend? She told Greg that it's not good for his reputation to sit with the likes of me. He's too good for me. As she recalls this painful memory, my heart just crumbles for my little girl. Anyway, I just said to her that he's sitting with me because he feels sorry for me, because my dad died. But he just looked at me and said that he was also sitting with me because he liked me. Then we just gave Becky a look and walked off. The flash of anger in her eyes is quickly replaced with a softness, and for the first time, I see a slight shyness in my daughter. While endearing, the story doesn't do much to soothe my soul. Why the hell didn't Keith stand up for me when that hussy was all up in my face? Mom, anyway, she has nothing on you. She might be all legs and flashy white teeth, but you're gorgeous. Nothing seems real about her, not even her hair. You're a natural. Gosh, Mom, most days you don't even have to put on makeup. I don't think she can say the same. Andrea seems sincere, and I can tell she's not done. You are gorgeous, and I know this because all my friends tell me. I'm not just saying it because I love you. You really are pretty, and you're a nice person. If you're worried about Keith going back to her, I think that ship has sailed. He doesn't look at her like he looks at you, she says with a flourish, and I notice that the gnawing anger slowly starts fading away. Thanks, my baby, and tell me, how exactly does Keith look at me? I tease her, and she takes the bait. Like you're a burger or something like that. You know, something you like. She is about to leave, and I pull her back. We don't get much time to talk, and I treasure this impromptu little bonding session. Enough about me and that horrid encounter. I want to know how you're doing. How are you finding life on the ranch? I prod. Not only out of general interest, but also because I can see Andrea is blossoming here. While San Francisco was great, she's been a little withdrawn since we lost her dad. Oh my gosh, Mom. Lucky Star is like the best horse in the world. I really love that horse, and I'm so grateful we came here. Anyway, I like Keith too. He's a good guy. Andrea wants to say more, I can tell. What is it, darling? I ask. She looks at me, a mixture of hope and worry in her eyes. Mom, can we stay? I mean, even when this thing with Keith is over, and he becomes the leader of the ranchers or whatever that is? Please, Mom. I like it here, she says with trepidation. You and me both, sunshine. You and me both. I put my arms around her for who knows how long. Just the two of us sitting on the bed, hugging. I'm also happy to get to know Uncle James a little better, and I have nice friends at school. I miss my friends back in San Francisco, but this is home now, she says, and I can tell she means it. Eventually, Andrea gives me that sleepy-eyed look of a tween ready to hit the hay, and we say our goodnights. Want me to tuck you in? I ask jokingly, and she gives me that incredulous look that says, don't you even dare. Mom, if tucking in is happening today, it's me who's tucking you in. You're the injured soul that needs consolation. She winks as she says that, and I am grateful for her teasing, yet strangely comforting, sense of humor. The door closes behind Andrea, and I'm left alone with my thoughts once again. I don't like that the situation puts me in a position where I'm forced to consider Keith's feelings for me. Considering he rejected me already once, it's hard to take Andrea's claims that he looks at me in a special way too seriously. I'm haunted by the cruel beauty of her. I need to get out of my own head, and I decide to take a moonlit walk around the corral. All the horses are tucked away in the barn, but I decide to walk over to the fence anyway. This far from the house is a safe distance for me to separate my feelings from logic. The only problem is, I'm at a crossroads. If I leave, Andrea has to leave too. There's no denying what this place does for her. The relationship she's building with Keith is marvelous to watch. She has a strong male figure in her life, and I'm not sure I want to take that away from her. Actually, she has two strong men in her life. I can't forget the chance my daughter has of getting to know her uncle too. I lean against the fence of the corral and imagine Keith in there working a horse. I imagine his tall, muscular frame working hard to befriend the beast. Andrea joins him in the corral, and the two of them are laughing, enjoying each moment of working with the horses. While the thought is just a wild fantasy, I can't help but feel that if I press in and just exercise a little patience, that might just be our future. But it isn't possible to go down this rabbit hole without a tinge of fear and trepidation. I have an amazing child and an opportunity to create a good future for her, despite all the sadness we've faced. But is that future here? How long can I pretend to be by Keith's side, ignoring the comments from mean women who remind me that he's too good for me, especially when they hit near a truth too uncomfortable for me to gloss over? But if I refuse to stop playing along, will I cost Andrea her chance of future happiness in the one place she's been happy since losing her father? Chapter 16. Carolyn. I'm grabbing a quiet 5 minutes at my favorite coffee shop, Spangles. It's a quiet little place that's off the beaten track. It always feels like my special place. My phone rings. I contemplate ignoring it, but then I sigh. It could be important. I scrabble in the bottom of my bag to retrieve it. It's a call from the school. Is this Carolyn Payton, Andrea's mom? Hi, yes, that's me. Is everything all right? This is Principal Downage. I'm afraid there's been an incident involving Andrea and one of the girls in her class. Principal Downage sounds very serious. About 5 questions leap to the front of my mind at once. Is she okay? Jumps out as the top one. She is fine, and the other girl involved only has a split lip, fortunately. There was an incident on the playground. It was broken up very quickly. We would like you to come in and discuss the matter. I am shocked. Andrea has never been in a fight before. What on earth could have possessed her? It's so out of character. Sure, I'll come right away, I reply. Can you tell me what it was about? I think we should discuss that when you get here. It was a personal dispute. A personal dispute? What on earth could he mean? Sure, I'll be there as soon as I can, I reply meekly. I hurriedly gather my bag and jacket. I spare a wistful glance at my half-finished coffee and head for the exit, messaging Keith to let him know what's happened as I go. The traffic is a nightmare. I find myself stuck behind the slowest moving tractor of all time, cursing the fact that it would have to be on a main street now. Only in small-town America, the journey is interminably long, and my mind races all the way. What on earth could have been so bad that my sweet Andrea needed to resort to violence? She has a sharp wit for a 10-year-old, but she has never hit anyone before. As I pull into the parking lot, I'm surprised to see Keith's truck there. He jumps out as soon as he sees me, a worried expression on his face. It shocks me to realize how relieved I am to see him. This is a situation I would normally have to face alone. To know he has my back feels indescribably welcome. What's going on? I got your message. It sounds bad. I honestly don't know how bad it is. I messaged you all the info the principal would give me. He said it was personal, whatever that means. Well, whatever it is, we'll face it together, he says stoically and puts his arm around me. Thank you. I smile momentarily. I could get used to this. As we walk down the corridor to the principal's office, I'm suddenly 10 years old again. I have to remind myself that I'm a grown-up and have to be a mom. Andrea and another girl are sitting in the corridor outside, both with their heads hanging. Andrea looks up as we approach. She clocks Keith at my side and beams a massive smile at him. I'm so sorry, Mom, she blurts out and throws herself into my arms. What happened? I ask. But the principal comes out of his office before she can respond. Ah, this must be Andrea's dad, he asks. This is Keith, I reply uncomfortably. That's good. The incident concerns you. Please step into my office. We share a puzzled glance, and Andrea looks even more sheepish. We trail the principal into his office. It feels very modern, with a big wide window, letting in plenty of light. The desk is clear of ornaments and clutter, with just an incident report ominously occupying center stage. The principal offers us chairs and seats himself behind his desk. He picks up the report and knocks it on his desk a couple of times, making a display of putting the papers straight. He takes a deep breath before he speaks, and I realize he's as nervous as we are. As I explained on the phone, there was an incident in the playground involving Andrea and her friend Alice, whom you saw sitting outside. As you know, the school takes fighting very seriously. He clears his throat before he goes on. As far as I can ascertain, it was provoked by Alice, who made the claim that you aren't Andrea's real dad. This he directs at Keith. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Keith squirm a little at this, but the principal doesn't linger on the point before he goes on. Andrea then defended you, going on to say, he peers at the report in front of him. He is my real dad, and he is better than your dad. At that, Alice pushed Andrea, and Andrea retaliated by punching Alice in the face and splitting her lip. He looks up from the report, taking in each of us in turn. As I'm sure you are aware, we have a zero-tolerance policy towards fighting at this school. It doesn't matter to us who started the fight. Any physical altercation must be treated the same. It saddens me greatly to inform you that we will have to suspend Andrea from school for the duration of 1 week. I am in shock. All of it feels like some surreal dream. I am aware that something is expected of me at this point, but I am having trouble digesting all the information. How could Andrea be suspended from school? There must be a mistake. Suddenly, I'm angry. All Andrea did was defend herself. The other girl provoked her. How mean can you get? What an awful thing to say. No, I am surprised at myself for speaking out. I was always so shy at school, but the principal had pushed my protective mom button. That's not fair, I say. Alice started not only the verbal fight, but the physical one too. What do you suggest Andrea have done instead? Just allowed herself to be pushed by another student without being allowed to defend herself? I'm really angry now, and the principal is starting to look worried. Keith puts a reassuring hand on mine, and I feel instantly calmer. What my wife says is true. He joins in. How wonderful to have backup. You can't really expect Andrea to have been bullied by this girl. What sort of message does that send? That it's okay to be pushed around all your life because you're not allowed to defend yourself? The principal looks a bit out of his depth, and I remember he is relatively new to his job. When I first enrolled Andrea at the school, I vaguely recall hearing somewhere he was in his first year here as well. I urge myself to take a little pity on him. Look, I completely understand that you can't tolerate fighting in the school, but to suspend Andrea for defending herself is not going to send the right message to all the bullies out there. It will also end up on her permanent record, which really isn't fair either. Is there not some other way to resolve this incident? Okay, I see your point, he says. In this instance, maybe we can let the matter go with a warning. I expect there will be no repeats, however, he adds sternly. He walks us out to the hallway and looks at Andrea. I want you to understand the seriousness of the situation. Promise me you will always try to report things to a teacher rather than taking matters into your own hands. You can get yourself into trouble this way, as I'm sure you see now. Let the grown-ups handle the grown-up matters, he urges her. I will, she promises. The principal shakes our hands. Well, thank you for taking the time to come in and sort this out. I hope the next time we meet it will be under better circumstances. He retreats back to his office. As we walk out the door, Alice is still sitting outside. Her mother has arrived and is sitting beside her, looking angry. As the principal's door shuts, Andrea grabs Keith's hand. See, here's my dad, she says to Alice. Where's yours? Andrea, you can't say that, I say, although inside I'm secretly laughing. I'm so sorry, I say to the girl's mother. We all head for the exit. As soon as we get outside the building, Keith bursts out laughing. It's not funny, I scold. Did you see the look on her face, though? He laughs again. She looked like she was sucking on a lemon. This makes Andrea laugh. Then I crack too, and we all end up giggling like a bunch of school kids. You were the best, Mom, Andrea exclaims. You stood right up to the principal. You are a star. You are. I completely agree, adds Keith. I feel like there's a lot of stardom going around right now. Who wants dinner? I suggest. There is a chorus of agreement, and we are all still laughing as we bundle into our vehicles.
Chapter 17. Keith. I look in the rear view as we drive through an intersection. Andrea smiles at me from the back seat. I'm playing the proper family card and taking my ladies out for pizza. My ladies. Now that has a certain ring I quite like the sound of. I'm going to have to watch myself. I could get used to this. What toppings are you going for, little lady? I ask. Barbecue with spicy chicken. My favorite, says Andrea with an exaggerated smack of her lips. I make a mental note of that for later. And sides? Curly fries every time, she replies. And a salad, of course, reminds Carolyn from beside me. Oh, Mom, spoil sport. I smile. I really enjoy spending time with these two. What started out as a convenience is rapidly turning into a pleasure. I can't help imagining how amazing it would be if this wasn't pretend. What if we were really a family? We pull up outside Word of Pizza with its promise of toppings from around the world. People think I'm weird, but I like tikka masala flavor best. We find a booth. The place is busy tonight. Ooh, look, they do tikka masala flavor, says Carolyn. Do you think that would be weird? I laugh, telling her it's my favorite and it's why I always come here. We order one large one and a small margarita in case she doesn't like it. I really hope she does. As we wait for our food to arrive, Andrea is talking animatedly about her school project. Her group wants to create a diorama of an active volcano, using baking soda and red food dye to create the lava. They are all going to meet up after school soon to work on it. The pizzas and sides arrive. Suddenly, the table is full of food and anticipated silence as we chew. Hey, this tikka masala pizza is really good, says Carolyn. I feel more pleased than I should at this. Why don't you try some? I offer Andrea. She reaches over to take a slice, but it goes straight back on the plate in disgust as soon as she tries it. That is gross, she states flatly. How can you even put that in your mouth? Carolyn makes exaggerated noises of approval as she takes another bite. All the more for us, she says. They always serve supersized portions here, and we are soon stuffed. Somehow, Andrea makes room for brownies, but both Carolyn and I stick with coffee. Carolyn is wearing jeans and a teal-colored shirt which complements her soft, tanned skin. I'm mesmerized by her stunning good looks as she stares at me over the rim of her coffee cup. Strands of dark, reddish hair have escaped her ponytail and curl seductively around her neck. I long to gently brush them aside with my fingertips, just to touch her perfect beauty for a moment. The moment is broken by Andrea. Hey, who wants to go to the arcade? She asks. Reluctantly, I drag my eyes away. Absolutely, I say. The noise and flashing lights have always drawn me in, and I'm glad to see the same is true of Andrea and Carolyn. I pair up with Andrea to play a game while Carolyn goes to refill our sodas. I'm surprised at how good Andrea is. I thought I was going to have to dumb down my game so as not to show her up, but we are really evenly matched. I make a mental note to get the PlayStation out at home more often. We spend ages playing on all the machines. Both Carolyn and Andrea are really competitive, which I love. I lose count of the dollars it costs to win her a massive dinosaur on the claw machine. They decide to race on the bikes against each other. I don't object at being left out, as this offers me a rather pleasant view from behind as Carolyn leans her bike around the bends. We all head home in high spirits. I will have to take my ladies out more often. Do you want a beer? Carolyn calls from the kitchen. Hey, that'd be great, I call back. Dr. Pepper for me, Andrea throws in. Carolyn comes back in with the requested drinks and a glass of red wine for herself. She kicks off her shoes and sits herself at the other end of the sofa from Andrea and her oversized dinosaur. She has named him Claude because he came from the claw machine. I had a great time tonight, says Andrea. Thanks for taking us out. I had a really good time too, adds Carolyn, her beautiful green eyes twinkling. It was a pleasure. I've got to treat my wife and daughter right, haven't I? I say with a laugh. Carolyn laughs too. But is that a bit of hope or longing I see in her eye? Maybe it's just my own wishful thinking. Talking of the whole moms and dads thing, says Carolyn. Do you think we need to talk about what happened at school? Andrea looks crestfallen, and I feel a little sorry for her after our lovely evening, but I guess the subject has to come up sometime. Yeah, she says. I'm really sorry. Alice was asking for it, though. She's always winding me up, making out she's got such a perfect life, telling me how her parents are always taking her out and buying her things. It felt so good to have that for me, even if it is only pretend. I just got mad when she tried to make out like it didn't count because Keith isn't my real dad. Well, that gets me right in the gut. Poor kid. Resorting to violence is a bit extreme, though, says Carolyn gently. And it's so unlike you. You're always the peacemaker. You're the one who tells me all the time how bullies aren't worth your time. I know. I don't know what came over me. She pushed me, and everyone was laughing, and I just saw red. I wanted her to go away and all her silly friends to just shut up. Andrea is almost in tears now as she recalls the incident. "Hey kid, we all lose it sometimes," I say. "This Alice sounds like a drag. But you're going to come across people like Alice over and over again in your life. Normally, they're people that have got a load of problems they're trying to cover up at home. They make up a story that their life is great because they don't want anyone to know how bad it is." "Yeah, that kind of makes sense. I heard she has to stay in her room every night doing extra school work, and Melissa said her mom and dad argue all the time. And Sophie said, 'Okay, that's quite enough of that. You should be careful not to listen to gossip too much either,' cuts in Carolyn. I guess the main things to remember are that, no, of course you can't let someone push you around. But don't go around starting fights, and don't throw the first punch," I conclude. "Well, duh," she replies. "I don't want to turn into the mean girl." "Okay, time for bed. Good talk," says Carolyn. Andrea gets up to give her mom a hug. "Good night, Mom," she says, giving her a kiss on the head. Then to my surprise, she comes over and gives me a hug, too. "Good night, Dad," she says sarcastically. "Good night, daughter," I reply. The interchange makes me smile. It might be said in play, but boy, it has a nice ring to it. As I climb into bed, I think about the evening. She is one sassy kid, that Andrea. I've got a lot of time for her and her rather sexy mother. This charade that we started is beginning to feel more and more real. But are they just playing their parts? Or could they be wanting more too? And can I risk my friendship with James not knowing how it might end? Not to mention the fact that Carolyn is my employee, and I have no right to put her in such a precarious position. I can't believe Andrea got in a fight at school over me. The way she grabbed my hand showing off to her friend made me feel so proud. I don't hate any of it, even when I know I should. As I try to sleep, my head is spinning with what-if scenarios. What if we were a real family? What if we could make this permanent? What if it's all just pretend to them? What if they're just playing their parts and tomorrow they're gone? What if I blow everything up into such a mess that none of them can ever forgive me, reaching too far? Sleep is going to be slow coming tonight.
Chapter 18. Carolyn. The morning sun shines in my window, and I grab the comforter that lays across my body and pull it over my head to block out the light. It's Saturday. Saturday means I shouldn't have to get up yet. And while I know that that's technically true, it only takes a couple seconds before Andrea flings open the door to my room and crawls ungracefully on top of me. "Mom, Mom, Mom!" A playful poke to my midsection comes between every call, and I finally raise my head from under the blanket to meet her eyes. I'm still groggy and a little disoriented, but I can see the excitement in her. "Mom, Keith said that he's going to take me horseback riding all day, with a picnic and everything. Isn't that awesome?" If it was any day but Saturday, I'd say so, I think. But I could be sleeping. But I know just as well as anyone that Andrea can't read my thoughts. So I only groan and roll out from underneath the blankets, like a bear coming out of hibernation. The coolness of the floor shoots up through my feet as I set them on the ground, and I immediately feel more awake. Before I can fully gain my senses, Andrea runs out of my room and yells at me to get dressed because Keith is already waiting to go. I might have had an easier time getting up if Keith came to wake me, I think, as I shrug myself into a faded purple sweatshirt and jeans and throw my hair haphazardly into a quick ponytail. You should be glad he didn't. I mean, who are you kidding? You know just as well as anyone that you're not a morning person. If he saw you like this, it might all be over. I'm being sarcastic, but only partially. Everything that has happened with Keith has been wonderful, and the last thing I want to do is jeopardize my own happiness simply because I have trouble getting out of bed. That is, if we have any kind of future chance at all. So, with only one quick glance in the mirror beside my bed, I begin to make my way out of my bedroom. I can hear Andrea's muffled laughter coming from outside as I near the front door, followed by what I assume is a witty remark from Keith. As I reach my hand towards the doorknob, it swings inward suddenly, Keith stands in front of me smiling. "There you are," he says with a wink. "I was just coming to check on you. I think it's about time we get this posse moving. No?" He says that last part with what I can only guess is an attempt at an old cowboy's accent, and I can't help smirking. "I suppose you're right, Mr. King." I try to mirror his playfulness in my reply, but immediately regret it, thinking instead that I might have just made a fool of myself. Keith only smiles, though, and my insides flip. Right then. Follow me, little lady. It's a beautiful day out here. He puts his hand on my shoulder and leads me out the door, and I immediately feel the warmness of the sun that caused me to wake up in the first place. I squint my eyes, waiting for them to get used to the morning brightness. When they do, I see Andrea. She sits atop her horse, her back to me, and I notice there's a wicker basket sitting a comfortable distance away from the horse. "I packed us a picnic," says Keith. "If we walk up here a little way, I can show her how to handle the horse, and that should bring us right to the perfect spot." Keith walks slowly over to where the basket is sitting and scoops it up, his muscles bulging against his shirt as he bends down. It takes all my willpower to tear my eyes away from his perfectly sculpted upper body. When he begins to walk towards the horse, he winks at me again, seeming to read my mind. It only takes a second for Keith to wrap the horse's lead rope in his hand. With nothing more than a whistle, he begins to walk. Realizing that I haven't moved since walking outside, I quicken my pace so that I'm walking beside Keith as he leads Andrea on the horse. He speaks softly, not specifically to the horse or to Andrea, but instead to both. "There you go, that's it, nice and slow." With each step, he loosens his grip on the rope until there's a sizable amount of slack. I stay quiet, not wanting to startle the horse until he turns to me. "She's a real natural, you know. I'm not doing much, and what I am doing, she could probably figure out for herself. Let's see how she does crossing the stream." "Stream?" Rather than reply verbally, Keith points ahead. I faintly make out the shiny quality of water in the distance, and I turn my neck to talk to Andrea as she silently guides the horse. "You think you got this, Andrea? There's a stream coming. You can let Keith do that part if you want." Andrea smiles and shakes her head. "Don't worry, Mom. I heard Keith. He thinks I'm a natural. Let me prove it." "You heard her." Keith laughs, shrugging in my direction. "Really, don't worry. I did mean that when I said it. I think she's got it." The stream is almost right in front of us now, so there is no time for me to protest. Even if there is, I quickly remark to myself that I don't need to. I trust Andrea. And I trust Keith. "Okay, Andrea, this stream isn't very deep, so you shouldn't have any problems. Just keep a good grip on the reins, and you should be fine. Ready?" Instead of waiting for a reply, Keith turns to me and passes off the picnic basket. "Hold this," he says with a smile, "and hike up those jeans. It's time to cross." With that, Keith lets out an encouraging whistle for the horse and begins to wade across the stream, the rope still in his hands. The horse follows with little protest, and I walk behind. "Okay, Andrea, I'm going to let go of the rope. Just keep doing what you're doing. When you get to the other side, you should see the spot. It's right through those trees, and you can just stop there." Before I can protest, Keith releases the rope. Expecting the horse to freak, I stop for a second and hold my breath as the cool water bites through my sandals. To my surprise, the horse only continues its steady trudge through the water before emerging unscathed on the other side of the stream. Keith grabs me by the wrist and pulls me forward. "See? What did I tell you? She's a natural. Now come on, I want you to see this." Within seconds, we catch up to Andrea. When we pass through the small patch of trees on the opposite side of the river, I gasp. A beautiful meadow stretches out before us, with a small pond off to the side. Small flowers grow, and Keith opens his arms as if presenting it all to me. "Voila," he says. The perfect picnic spot. What do you think? This is incredible. Andrea has dismounted the horse and is standing beside us, jumping up and down excitedly. Keith sits and grabs the basket from my hands, slowly unpacking sandwiches and juice boxes. I thought so too, he says. But I have some food to unpack, so why don't you do some exploring, Andrea? I'll call you when it's time to eat. He looks at me with his eyebrows raised, as if searching for my approval. Without waiting, Andrea shoves the reins into my hand and takes off running towards the opposite side of the meadow. Kids? Keith smiles, shaking his head. He takes the reins from my hands, tying the horse to a nearby tree with the lead rope. I swear they never run out of energy. Remember being that young? I nod and sit down beside him in the grass. Dew immediately moistens my hands, and I close my eyes, taking a deep breath. The air smells fresh, new in an exciting kind of way. So really, what you think? I open my eyes and am surprised to see Keith leaning close to me, clearly getting ready for a kiss. I think it's beautiful, Keith. Really. Keith smiles and leans in closer. Good. It's perfect for you then. My heart flutters, and right before he can plant his lips on mine, Andrea comes running back, flowers in her hands. Look, Mom, look at these flowers. Aren't they pretty? I cast a sideways glance at Keith, and I immediately know he's thinking the same thing I am. Yes, they are. But couldn't you have waited 5 more minutes? Chapter 19. Carolyn. I wake up to another beautiful day on Sunday, if the sun shining through the curtains is any indication. The thought of being able to stay in bed and read is a wonderful one. I don't often get the chance to do that. I don't have any obligations today, and hopefully no handsome men will ruin that. Not that I mind spending time with him. I actually really enjoy it. Andrea bursts through the door looking excited. What's up, baby? I ask with a sleepy smile on my face. Andrea crawls onto the bed next to me, the energy from a couple seconds ago seemingly gone as she lays down next to me. Can I go for a walk with the dogs? She asks, looking hopeful. I grin as I realize I don't have to be involved with this activity. You can go for a walk with the dogs, but you know I don't like it when you go far. And you're a growing girl, you need to eat. I want you back in time for lunch. I know. Don't worry. I'll be back and I won't go far. Andrea groans playfully as she agrees. I know she's being silly, but I also see some of the future attitude she might possess, and that scares me a little. What are you going to make, by the way? I'll probably make caprese salad and some pasta. How does that sound? Worth coming back far, she says, with a smile on her face as she leaps up from the bed, her energy restored. Have fun, I call out as she happily leaves the room, going in search of the dogs to round up for their walk. Thanks, Mom. Love you, she sings out as I hear the paws on the floors. It makes my heart happy for my daughter to be happy. The rest of the morning is spent in solitude as I read without the sounds of Andrea or the dogs around. Not that I mind either sound, but it's still nice to have the time to myself. I have a mystery novel that I've been trying to read for a while, but haven't had the time. I always like a good mystery, and I'm happy I can finally dive into it today. When it's time for lunch, I begin the caprese salad and a simple pasta dish that I promised. For a 10-year-old girl, Andrea has a surprisingly sophisticated palate. Sometimes it seems that she likes fancier food than even I do. I have the food ready and am trying to ensure that the caprese stays cold while the pasta stays warm, while wondering just where Andrea is. She had made it clear she would be back in time for lunch, and she isn't one to disobey or go back on her word. Plus, she knows I'm making a meal she will really like. It doesn't make sense for her to not be back. I'll just wait a little longer, I think to myself. Maybe she lost track of time and is about to come through the doors. No such luck. I eat lunch by myself, no longer enjoying the solitude, but wishing my daughter will come back. I don't know whether to be more worried that she is being disobedient or that something has happened, causing her to be late against her will. The time comes that I am officially worried. Andrea wouldn't let a joke play this long, and she can't have lost track of time this much. Something has happened, and it's up to me to figure out what's going on. Just as I have these thoughts, the dogs return, barking. As I go to the window and watch, they are running back and forth near the edge of the woods. That's abnormal. They're acting frantic and barking a lot, a good indication that something is going on. In my mother's gut, I know it has to do with Andrea not being back yet. Why would the dogs return without her? I knock on Keith's door, knowing I need his help, both to look for her and to support me emotionally. I know he cares about Andrea and would want to be involved. Andrea's missing. The dogs are running around. I need you to help me look for her. My words pour out as soon as Keith opens the door. He looks a little surprised as I ramble, but as what I'm saying hits him, he grabs his shoes and follows me out the door. So far, he actually hasn't spoken, which at the moment is fine with me. All I care about right now is finding my daughter, and hopefully not in a worst-case scenario. How long has she been gone? Keith finally asks as we make our way down the slope into the ravine where the dogs seem to be leading us. They are with us the whole time, seemingly offering us, or at least me, emotional support. They're also probably curious and worried about Andrea. I think dogs have instincts about things like this, and I also think they care. Andrea, what's wrong? I spot my daughter on the ground, and she doesn't look good. She isn't responding to me, which isn't a good sign. I can't tell exactly what happened, but I'm guessing she tripped on something. A root, maybe, or a big rock. She might have hit her head on the way down, presumably on another rock. She looks unconscious to me. Keith feels her head gently and takes her pulse, something necessary but also terrifying. What if he finds nothing? She's alive, he states, his index and middle finger of the right hand on her wrist. He moves to her neck to confirm, but as soon as he nods, I push him aside and lean down to hold my daughter. I know she's hurt and needs medical attention, but right now I'm just happy she's alive. As I sit up, I notice that her leg is at an odd angle. It's bent in an unnatural position that can only mean it's broken. I'm happy she's alive, but this isn't a good situation. Keith takes over, leaning forward to listen for sounds of breathing. When we both notice her chest rising and falling, he gently taps her face, trying to revive her. After a moment, she comes to, looking around in bewilderment. Honey, you fell and hit your head, but it's going to be okay. We're going to get you to the hospital, I say, hoping to comfort her, wondering if she's even comprehending what's going on right now. Keith has already run off to fetch something from the barn. Come on, let's go. Keith breaks up the mini reunion by binding her leg in place with a makeshift splint, scooping her up into his strong arms and running as fast as he safely can back to the house. He quickly grabs the keys to his car as I trail behind him, out of breath. I'm not used to running, but it's all worth it if Andrea's okay. That's all that matters right now. Despite the dogs obviously wanting to join us on the ride, we leave them behind. They still seem worried about her, which is sweet. We are admitted right away to the hospital, and after some time, we learn that Andrea will have a cast. I help her pick out a forest green one. She is excited to show her friends and have them sign it. Keith adds his approval, which she likes. It makes me happy to see the two of them getting along. We do need to keep her overnight because she hit her head pretty hard, and we want to make sure her concussion isn't too bad. The doctor tells us. I don't like hearing that, but there's nothing I can do about it. I need to stay, but you can leave if you want. Thanks for being there for me and doing all this. You didn't have to, I say, wrapping my arms around Keith in a hug that is both thankful to him and comforting for me. He's solid, and any physical touch from him is nice. He hugs me back, tightening his grip a little. I'm not going anywhere. His warm breath on my neck and the words spoken softly in my ear serve to both reassure me and turn me on just a little. The fact that he cares enough to stay is also heartwarming. We sit down in the extra chairs of Andrea's room for the moment. She's already asleep, probably thanks to the pain medication. I rest my head on his shoulder, which he doesn't seem to mind. Pretty soon, I feel myself falling into sleep.
Chapter 20. Keith. I spend the night wide awake, partially because I'm worried about Andrea, and partially because I don't want to risk getting comfortable. Carolyn uses my arm as a pillow as she sleeps in the chair beside me, and I don't move in case the motion wakes her up. Even when my arm starts to fall asleep, I leave it where it is and continue to stare across the room at Andrea as she sleeps. If she can deal with a broken leg and a concussion, surely I can deal with a little bit of static in my left arm, I think. Despite being sleep-deprived, I smile at that thought. Andrea is a tough kid, and I'm fairly certain she'll be fine. I was worried for a bit. Even though she'll be all right, it would be tough on both myself and Carolyn if things were more severe. When we brought her in, it made me realize how much I've started to care about her. But I won't let anything bad happen. And more importantly, neither will Andrea. It's like I said, she's tough. With an increase in love for Andrea, there is also some love for Carolyn, whether I want to admit it or not. It usually takes me a while to admit that about somebody, but in this case, the thoughts are hard to deny. I've been trying, to no avail. In a way, it sort of seems like this whole thing was meant to be. I find myself switching my gaze between Andrea's bed to Carolyn's face on my shoulder. I don't want to take my eyes off either of them. When I switch my focus to Carolyn, I begin to hear soft snores, and I smile. She sounds like a cat purring, and I run my hand softly over her hair. Hope I'm not interrupting anything. I look up at the sound of the voice and see a doctor poking his head into the room. He's holding a clipboard in his hands, and his voice is low on account of Carolyn and Andrea being asleep. Not at all, I say. Come on in, Doc. I shift my arm to wave him in, and Carolyn's eyes flutter open. She looks groggy. Keith, what time is it? I shake my head. My sense of time has gone out the window after being up all night, so I look to the doctor. It's 8 o'clock. I didn't mean to interrupt your sleep, Miss Peyton, but it looks to me like Andrea is doing fine. She slept most of the night without any incident, so I think she'll be all right to go home soon. We'll begin the discharge paperwork. How does that sound? Carolyn stares blankly at the doctor, clearly still half asleep. With one glance in her direction, I get up from my chair and move to shake the doctor's hand. That sounds great, Doc. Just great. I'm glad she's all right. Thanks so much for your help. No problem, Mr. King. Although honestly, I didn't do much. Seems to me like you're the one who kept everyone in check. The doctor winks, scanning over my tired face. He reaches out his hand and pats my shoulder, and I can tell that he knows the look of a sleep-deprived man when he sees one. I nod to him wordlessly, and he leaves the room as quickly as he entered it. I watch him disappear down the hallway and then spin around so that I'm facing Andrea's bed. Her eyes are open now. Carolyn leans over her, talking softly. Good morning, sweetie. The doctor was just here and he told us you could go home. Do you want to go? As I watch Carolyn, I notice for the 100th time since meeting her that it doesn't take much for her to look beautiful. Even after a night of sleeping in a hospital chair, she's stunning. She's not wearing makeup, but she doesn't have to. Her hair falls serenely against her cheeks as she leans over her daughter, and I'm hardly paying attention to Andrea's reply. Yeah, Mom, let's go. Andrea reaches for the remote control that controls the angle of the bed and presses the up arrow, and I walk to stand beside Carolyn. When the bed brings Andrea to a sitting position, I leave the room while Carolyn helps her get changed into her street clothes. While I wait outside, a passing nurse informs me that the discharge paperwork is all set. We can leave at any time. When they call me back into the room, I send Carolyn out to quickly finish signing the last few forms. I help Andrew to her feet, putting my hands under her armpits to give her support to stand up. She favors her good leg for a few seconds, and then plops herself down in the wheelchair that sits beside the bed. I can tell that she's still in a little bit of pain, and I pat her shoulder. Right then, let's go home, yeah? Hospitals give me the heebie-jeebies. Andrea chuckles, and I start pushing her towards the door. We catch up with Carolyn out in the hallway, and soon we're walking down the hallway towards the exit sign. The sun burns my overtired eyes, and when Carolyn gets everything loaded into the car, I remind myself to drive carefully. Keith, are you okay? Carolyn sits beside me in the passenger seat, and she reaches her hand out to brush mine. You look pale. I put the car in drive, and soon we're cruising toward the house. I'm fine. Last night was a long one. I'm tired, that's all. I see Carolyn nod out of the corner of my eye, but I know she's still concerned, so I address Andrea in the rearview mirror. You know what always wakes me up? Ice cream. And frankly, after the day and night that you've had, I think you deserve to be spoiled a little bit. What do you say? I've never said no to ice cream, and I don't plan to start now, but it better be 2 scoops. And a waffle cone. Her eyes shine in the mirror, and I laugh. I think that can be arranged. Let's just make a quick detour then. With that, I hit the turn signal and direct the car towards the nearest Dairy Queen. Soon Andrea is holding a 2-scoop waffle cone, and Carolyn nurses a strawberry milkshake. I ought to break my leg more often, says Andrea as I pull the car into the driveway. Mom never lets me get 2 scoops. I laugh and watch as Carolyn flips around in her seat. She gives her daughter a playful swat on the shoulder. Hey now, you better watch yourself. You keep saying things like that, and you'll be lucky if you get ice cream ever again, let alone 2 scoops. I know she's trying to sound stern, but it doesn't work. After the night in the hospital, Carolyn is simply happy to see her daughter happy, and I'm happy to see Carolyn happy. Before I can say anything about it, though, Carolyn is out of the car getting the wheelchair unloaded for Andrea. Soon Andrea is out of the car, and Carolyn pushes her to the front door. I follow closely behind, trying to not fall asleep as I walk. Come on, Keith, you're almost there, don't crash yet. When I reach the door, I motion for Carolyn to grab one side of the wheelchair so that we can lift Andrea inside. You better not drop me. I got 2 scoops here, and you already know how important that is to me. Carolyn laughs, and soon Andrea wheels herself into the house. A few seconds go by, and then she addresses me. You know, Keith, I'm going to be laid up for a while, and I don't plan to move from my bed for a few days. A smile begins to curl on my lips as I realize what she's about to ask, so I finish the thought for her. You want me to move the TV into your room, don't you? You got it. Andrea points her finger at me, winks, and then turns the wheelchair towards her bedroom. I step towards the TV, but Carolyn puts her hand on my shoulder, stopping me. You've spoiled her enough for today, she says. Let me take care of this one. You go lay down. I can tell you're exhausted. Before I can argue, Carolyn moves towards the TV and unplugs it from the wall. The sun is getting dimmer, and I move to the couch and plop myself against the cushion. As I watch the rays of sun dance on the wall across from me, my eyes start getting heavy. It only takes a few seconds before they flutter closed. Unable to fight against the urge to fall asleep, exhaustion overtakes me. I don't know how long I sleep, but at one point, I feel Carolyn snuggle her body against mine. Rather than wake up, I curl my arms around her to welcome her in and plant a soft kiss on her forehead. We sleep there together, and I become vaguely aware that Carolyn is purring again.
Chapter 21. Carolyn. I've opened my eyes, noticing how bright the sun is. I'll also realize I'm on the couch, which confuses me for a minute. Then I see Keith, and it makes more sense. After our exhausting night in the hospital, I fell asleep here in Keith's arms. I don't mind the thought. I try to remember if we did anything. Then it hits me. Andrea was hurt, still is. I need to contact the school because the doctor said that she should be out for at least a week due to being in a lot of pain. I know that's going to be hard on her, because she likes going to school and seeing her friends, but it's what's best for her now. She also wants to get her cast signed, but I know there will be plenty of time for that. She's going to be in the cast for a while. I call the school and explain the situation. Wow, I'm so sorry. Keep her out as long as you need. The secretary is very nice and understanding. I was worried she might demand a note from the doctor or tell Andrea she had to come back and just have a limited amount of movement. Thank you, is all I can really say as I hang up. Now my focus needs to be on my daughter and the man who got me through that trying night in the hospital. I go to her bedroom, where she is still sound asleep. The dogs are lying by the bed wrapped around each other. It's cute how protective they are of her, and it seems like now they sense that something serious happened to her, and she needs extra care. I don't want to wake her as she looks so peaceful. Maybe I'll make breakfast in place of lunch, then wake her. It'll be nice and hot when she's ready for it. I go to the kitchen and hope she isn't in as much pain, but I know that's a lot to expect. She just broke her leg after all. There's no way she won't be in pain. I sigh, not happy at that thought. What's with the big sigh? Keith startles me out of my reverie with his quiet question. I watch as he comes closer, not so close as to invade my space, but close enough to let me know he'd like to be closer if I let him, and to let me know that he's there for me. I like both thoughts. Just that she's in pain, and I don't like that. I called the school and told them what's going on. They know she'll be out for a while. Does Andrea know yet? He asks, still quiet. We both know that she wants to show off her cast at school. She's asleep. I'm making breakfast. Then I'll tell her. I explain as I heat up the skillet for bacon and another pan for eggs. I want her to stay strong and have a hearty breakfast. Plus, I know one of her favorite meals is bacon and eggs, at any time of day. Want some help? He offers. Not making a move, but ready to jump in and do anything I ask. You being here is help enough, I reply, and it's true. Having someone else to go through this with, to share the burden, is huge. Okay, well, you know I'm here. He smiles as he speaks. It's quiet as I make breakfast, Keith letting me have my thoughts. I think about the fact that he spent the night in the hospital with us. It means a lot to me that he did that. I think it means something to Andrea as well, but she might not even be fully aware he stayed. You're very quiet. Is everything okay? He asks. His tone is not pushy, but caring and inquiring. Just thinking. I need to say thank you for spending the night in the hospital with us. That means a lot to me and to Andrea. You know you didn't have to do that, I say. I know I didn't. But for me, I did. I love Andrea, and it hurts me to see her go through something like that. I want to be there for her. I should say, I am there for her, and for you. I can't imagine how traumatic something like that must be for both of you, and it would be wrong for me to just leave you hanging at a time like that. She thinks very highly of you as well. I'll have her tell you thank you when she finally wakes up, I say. I feel like I owe him something even though he's made it clear that I don't, that he was happy to do that. She doesn't need to. I'm going to think of her as my own, regardless. I mean, I'm going to care about her like my own, as if she were my own flesh and blood, no matter what she does. That's why I'm there for her, he explains. His words are very sweet, and I'm pretty sure he means them. But it's also confusing for me, because our current situation is already so complicated. I don't know how I feel about that, or about him presenting like a father figure, when our future is so uncertain. He doesn't give me a chance to ask questions. Instead, he turns and walks out of the kitchen, leaving me with the frying bacon and the scrambling eggs. I know Andrea also likes chocolate chip waffles, but right now, I'm not making that. The girl is a huge fan of breakfast food, so I'll make a variety of it all week to cheer her up. No reason to play all my cards now. I don't know what to think of what he just said. I know he cares for Andrea and for me. But he just said he loves Andrea as if she is his own. I don't mind. I'm just surprised and a little scared. I don't want this man falling for my child. Or worse yet, my child falling for this man. Then something happens and he leaves, which may be only a matter of time considering our arrangement is all a sham to win him the cattle commissioner job anyway. I decide after what has gone on the past couple days, we need to talk. I need to figure out what's going on with us, but I also need to make sure we're on the same page. It's pretty obvious how he feels about Andrea, but I still want to know what his intentions are. I need to know he's not going to just up and leave. I can't set my daughter up for heartbreak if she doesn't understand the adult situations involved here. I have to think about her too, not just myself. I'm driving myself crazy alone with my thoughts, so I'm relieved when Keith comes into the kitchen with a sleepy Andrea in tow. She's been through an ordeal, and she's on painkillers, so she's a little out of it, but she looks happy. "What'd you make?" she asks as she looks at the stovetop. She sees the bacon and eggs and nods her head in approval. "Is that okay?" I ask teasingly. She nods again and I set the table. I'm dying to ask Keith what he means and to have a talk, but I can't with Andrea here. And I want to eat too. "What are we going to do for a week?" Andrea asks out of the blue, and I realize that he must have told her she had time off. "Well, we can't do much with you in that cast. You're supposed to be taking it easy," he points out, which she knows is true. "But when you have time off school, you want to do something fun with it. We'll figure out something to do, better than just sitting at home the whole time," I promise her, hoping I can make good on that promise. We toss a few ideas around, but nothing sticks. I'm not worried about it, though. I know we'll figure things out as we go. In a lot of ways, I am starting to realize I'm just figuring things out as I go along. So much for the perfect mom who always has the solution. I just hope I get the answers I need before it all blows up in my face.
Chapter 22. Keith. Do you want some food, Trooper? I've got pizza. I know it's your favorite. Andrea laughs. It's good to see her smiling, although she still looks pale and pinched around the eyes. That's not my favorite. Spaghetti bolognese is my favorite. Well, they're both from Italy, so I'm close. She looks at me seriously. I can guarantee that pizza came from the store around the corner, not from Italy. Ah, so the sense of humor is coming back, too. So the question stands. Are you hungry, Trooper? And you can quit with the Trooper, too. That is so not a nickname that's going to stick. She looks fierce, then grins. Yes, I would love some pizza. What toppings? Spicy barbecue, and I got some curly fries, too. Perfect! You're the best! I glance over at her, but she is already busy playing on her mom's phone. The plinky music of some game fills the silence. Instead, I return to the kitchen and open the pizza box. As I'm prepping, my mind drifts restlessly back to my conversation with Carolyn. Had I said too much? Did I really mean all those words that had flooded out of my mouth without thought? Of course I have feelings for her. Deep feelings. Why do relationships have to be so confusing? As I look through the doorway into the living room at Andrea's serious face as she concentrates on her game, I realize that, yes, I meant every word, every damn syllable. Andrea is the most incredible kid I know, and her mother the most amazing woman. I imagine Carolyn's long hair brushing gently down my chest as she looks up at me with those incredible green eyes, her dark lashes blinking so seductively. Hell yeah, every word. Wakey, wakey, daydreamer, calls Andrea from the couch. That pizza isn't going to cook itself. I realize that I've been standing there with pizza in my hands and the oven door wide open, blowing hot air over me. I'm so glad I have my back to her. I try to laugh casually. Yeah, it won't cook itself, I reply. I was just thinking about your mom. Yeah, she loves you too, she replies with the casualness of a 10-year-old. She's going to be a nightmare when she gets hormones and a boyfriend. There it is again. Me building my life around this family, my future self, trying to protect her from the bad guys. I alternate between thinking how proud I will be when she's getting ready for the prom and reminding myself that she isn't really mine. Could this really be my family too? It feels so amazing being accepted by them, and scary too. That's why I said everything I did to Carolyn. I want her to understand just how deeply I have bonded with this little girl, even if we don't share any genes. I busy myself around the kitchen while the pizza and fries are cooking, prepping a salad to go with dinner. Better try and get the good stuff in her, too. The oven tings and I pull everything out, getting it all settled. I pop the food on a plate for her, then sit at the couch with her while she eats. Normally, we'd eat at the table, but I figure I can let it slide considering her broken leg and all. How are you feeling now, kiddo? I figure I should stay away from calling her Trooper. It is usually fun to tease her a little, but I don't want to upset her. I still can't shake the image of her lying broken on the ground in that terrible way. It still hurts a lot, but I think the medicine is helping. Any headaches or dizziness? I ask. No, my head's fine, just a bit of an egg there, she says, putting her hand up to the bump on her head. You scared the living daylights out of us, you know? I know. I'm sorry. I will definitely be more careful next time. Thank you for staying with me in the hospital, she adds, looking at me with eyes so much like her mother's. I'm really glad Mom had you there. I feel warm inside. This is what's been missing in my life. I love these girls so much. After supper, Carolyn helps Andrea into her nightclothes. Everything's going to be a struggle for a while. Hey, Keith, will you read to me? She calls from the bedroom. I sure will, kiddo, I call back. Kiddo's out too, she declares with a laugh. I go into the bedroom and sit on the chair by the bed. What book are we reading then? The House with Chicken Legs, she replies. Hey, is that Baba Yaga's house? I ask. My grandmother used to read me Baba Yaga stories when I was a kid. They were terrifying. Yes, that's the one. I don't think it's scary at all. I really like it. I've read it 3 times now. Great, I'm in. I take the book, noticing the modern cover compared to the classic I remember. Then I flip open to the first page and begin to read. It doesn't take long before she falls asleep. I go into stealth mode as I tiptoe out of the bedroom in case I disturb her. But I needn't have worried. She doesn't stir. I stroll back into the living room, passing the refrigerator to grab a cold drink on the way past. Carolyn is sitting with her legs tucked up on the sofa, a glass of wine in one hand and a book in the other. She looks up as I enter, and the mass of dark hair that is falling loose over her shoulder flashes red in the lamplight. For a moment, her beauty takes my breath away. That was quick, she says. Yeah. She must be exhausted after her adventure. She was out like a light. Thank you. You mean the world to her, you know. Carolyn smiles almost shyly. She is one awesome kid, I reply. You know, she's getting her sense of humor back already. Oh no, we're all doomed, Carolyn replies with a laugh. I laugh too. Andrea's dry humor is almost legendary in its precociousness. I desperately want to tell Carolyn that I love not just Andrea, but her. I want to hear that my love is reciprocated. The words are on the tip of my tongue, but they just won't force their way through my lips. We'll still have to come up with something entertaining to pass the time. We just need to remember that the meds will make her drowsy, and she needs to stay off that leg as much as possible. Carolyn's perfect features are marred by a small frown. I was so scared when I saw lying there, she goes on. I thought she was... I can't even bring myself to say the words. You know, a lot worse. I couldn't imagine my life without her. I sit on the sofa next to her and hold her hand. I'm so glad you were there. I don't know what I would have done without you. The way you just took care of everything. The way you held her in your arms so gently. I'm not sure I could have even lifted her out of the ravine. She gazes at me through eyes brimming with tears. I can't imagine what it must have been like for her as a mother. It was hard enough for me to see her poor, broken little body that way. Hey, I'm glad I was there too. I like being there for the good and bad, I reply. She turns on the sofa and I feel her hand go up around my neck, sending goosebumps down my spine. Then she leans in, her lips brushing mine gently. She looks deep into my eyes, and it feels like she is penetrating my soul. My heart is exploding with love for this wonderful, sensuous woman. I know beyond any question or doubt that I want to spend eternity with her. As she leans in closer, I can't help it. A quiet groan escapes my lips, and her hand grasps the hair at the back of my head, pulling me into her. Her tongue, probing insistently, pushes my lips apart, and I melt into her kiss. She turns fully toward me, straddling me, her hands on either side of my face. I feel myself rising to meet her need. The kiss is long and passionate. It seems to hold all the unspoken words, all the promises yet to be made, in one exquisite moment. Her soft hair falls in cascades around my face as I push back into her kiss, trying to tell her with my wordless tongue all the things she means to me. Finally, she sits back, hair tousled, and fixes me with that amazing green stare. By God, I love this woman. How on earth can I tell her I want to spend the rest of my life with her?
Chapter 23. Carolyn. I didn't have the courage to tell him how I felt, so I did the next best thing I could think of. I showed him. Hearing Keith's love for Andrea sends warm goosebumps down my arms. I want that for her. She deserves a dad, but then I remember this is only temporary. Even though I try to hide my growing affection for this man, my body gives me no choice. I lean in slightly, brushing my lips to his. I half expect him to repeat his line from before about this being a mistake. To my surprise, he matches my desire. His hand lands on my cheek, caressing it as his tongue parts my lips. I can't hold back anymore, and my arms wrap around his neck, pulling him closer. His warm body meets mine as his muscular arms return my embrace. A slight moan escapes me at the sensation, and it feels like home here wrapped in his arms. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from BWWM. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story. The next morning, I begin to stir and reach my arm over before opening my eyes, expecting to feel Keith there. It's empty. He must have had to leave for work. My eyes jolt open and I gasp. Andrea! I have to get back to my room before she notices. She's already smitten with Keith, and I'm scared I am too, but the last thing she needs right now is false hope. I still don't know how all this is going to end. It's just an agreement. I mumble to myself as I walk down the hall. As I do, I hear a noise in the kitchen. I smile as I head there, expecting to see Keith. Instead, I'm greeted by my smiling darling. She's sitting at the counter with her crutches propped up beside her, reading a note and looking at a spread of bacon, fresh fruit, and pancakes that Keith made for us before leaving for work this morning. Heat courses through me just like it did last night when we were one with each other, and it scares me. Suddenly, the void of him surrounds me and I feel lonely. Damn, this isn't good. I remind myself once again that this is an agreement. There is a timestamp. It's best to continue thinking like that. I'm just not sure what to do about Andrea. That little girl loves him so much already, and the feeling from Keith seems to be mutual. I have no clue what something like this will mean for our futures. But somehow it doesn't seem like it will end up working out well.
I hope you're enjoying this audiobook by Vixa. If you want to keep hearing more audiobooks, then please hit that subscribe button and like the video. It may seem insignificant, but the more people that subscribe, the easier it is to produce more audiobooks in the future. So please help us out and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for listening, and now back to your book.
Chapter 24. Keith. I can't stop smiling. Even as I work, all I can think about was yesterday night. It was nice. Well, I say nice, of course, but I mean fantastic. I enjoyed every moment of it. Thinking about it even makes me hot. I have to keep my reactions in check. If you were to ask me if I regret my choices, I don't. I don't think I ever could. Carolyn and Andrea are becoming very important to me. Andrea is such a sweet girl, and Carolyn is amazing to me. I'm rapidly moving far past the point of even caring what James thinks of it all, though of course I hope it doesn't become a problem. Focus is becoming hard to keep while I work. I somehow manage to stay focused enough so I don't mess anything up. I'm so unfocused that I just barely notice someone is approaching me. Hey, Keith. It's Chris, one of my part-time ranch hands. He fidgets with his fingers, his eyes looking everywhere and nowhere all at once. This isn't worrying. At least, not at first. I've no reason to worry yet. Hey, how's everything? I ask, smiling at him. Everything's just fine. He laughs nervously. This catches my attention. It feels deeper than your typical fear to approach the boss I had been assuming. Is something wrong? I furrow my brows, my grin faltering. I hope nothing terrible has happened. Chris chuckles, but he still seems much more awkward than usual. There might be. There were a few people prowling around. I caught them off in the side 10 acres. I asked them what they were doing, of course. They said they were lost, but he shrugs uneasily. Who gets lost in a backfield? They were definitely looking for something. I just don't understand what. Is all I say. My night with Carolyn is forgotten momentarily. I see. Is anything missing? No. He shakes his head firmly, reassuring me. He's confident enough in his answer that I believe him instinctively. I made sure as soon as I was able to. Thank you, I respond. Let me know if you see anything else unusual. He hesitates, making it obvious he's not done yet. I sigh, crossing my arms. Is there something else? Well, yes, there's another problem. I tap my fingers against my arm. Damn, okay. What is it? I hope it isn't anything else like this. I don't need another problem on my plate. I already have plenty to worry about. Well, some people around town are starting to ask about you and Carolyn. I just feel like you should know about it. I sigh, closing my eyes just for a second. Obviously, they'd be asking about us. Our sudden marriage must be quite surprising. Thank you for letting me know. Chris nods, bidding me goodbye as he walks back to his work. I rub my eyes in frustration. My day started out perfectly, but now it's just getting overwhelming. I start reflecting on the first part of what Chris said. Instead of Carolyn distracting me, now it was these people who had my attention. I wonder what they were here for. Oh, now that I think about it, they might be here because of the appointment. That's what's most likely. Were they looking to catch me in something that makes me look unfit as a future cattle commissioner? I sigh, shaking my head. I try to focus on the work in front of me. There's nothing I'm able to do right now. The newly discovered information has made me nearly forget about my night with Carolyn. That would be a much more entertaining set of thoughts indeed. The rest of my day is stressful, to say the least. There's a lot on my mind. I wind up taking some aspirin I keep stashed in the tack room just to get rid of my growing headache. Finally, the workday draws to a close. Being able to walk home as the sun sets is very comforting to me. I might have once seen the house as my home, but that's all changed. Andrea and Carolyn are becoming more and more important to me as time goes on. It's their home, too, and I want it to stay that way, and they're my home as much as the building ever was. I walk up to my door. As soon as I open it to walk in, the girls look over in my direction. I smile at them, my eyes feeling heavy. Hey there, you two! Closing the door behind me, I notice that Andrea looks excited to see me. Carolyn's face pinches with worry as if noticing something is wrong. I shrug out of my work jacket and hang it up, turning to catch the both of them exchanging a glance. Carolyn speaks first. Is something wrong? I freeze at the question. I'm not prepared to answer that. Truthfully, I don't even know for sure what the answer is. No, everything's fine. I'm just tired. I'm going to lay down for a bit before dinner, if that's okay. Carolyn doesn't look like she believes me. Hell, neither does Andrea. I'm not surprised. I wasn't very convincing. To my surprise, I only get a simple response. Well, okay. Hope you have a nice rest, Carolyn replies. I smile at both of them. Thank you. Good night, you two, I say, walking the rest of the way to my bedroom. I get inside my room, shutting the door behind me. Then I groggily climb under the blankets. The warmth is like a cocoon, helping provide some comfort. No matter how hard I try to push back the thoughts about the events of today, they overtake my mind. Even while my eyes are closed, I just can't force myself to sleep. I toss and turn, trying to find a comfortable position. I stop, laying on my side. I open my eyes, staring at the wall next to me. Instead of thinking about today, I think about Carolyn. Thinking about her helps my mind calm down. She helps my mind stop racing, letting it begin to rest. I close my eyes, ignoring the slowly darkening room. I start falling asleep, the stress of the day falling away from my mind. I'm hoping for just a moment of peace before I fall asleep, but a looming sense of foreboding hovers over my head. I manage to fall asleep anyway, thankful for a dreamless sleep.
Chapter 25. Carolyn. I'm just starting work when I hear a knock on the front door. I set aside my papers, leaving the office to open the door. It surprises me to see Keith's friend Dean on the other side. Oh, hello. You can come in. I'll get Keith. Thank you, he says, smiling as he enters. I lead him to the sofa, where he takes a seat as I leave to get Keith. Keith is in the dining room with a plate from breakfast. I'm glad he hasn't left yet, as it can be difficult to track him down once he's out in the vast acres of the property. Hey, I call in the doorway. Dean's here. He sits up just a little straighter, setting down his fork. He stands quickly, his brows rising in surprise. Keith makes his way to the living room, and I follow him. I also want to hear what Dean has to say. I hope that it's not something bad. Hello, Dean. Keith tilts his head questioningly. What are you doing here? I wasn't expecting you. I wanted to make sure everything was set. The appointment date is getting closer, you know, Dean states, keeping his hands on his lap. Are we ready for it? Right. Keith sighs. I want him to get this commissioner position. He deserves it. Well, what do we want to do? We know for sure we need you to have a lot of backing. Dean leans forward, looking at Keith. His brows are furrowed and his eyes are determined. We just need to find a way to make that assured. You're a popular guy, but how do we translate that into real value for us now? An idea pops into my head. We could host a party? I don't mean for it to come out like a question, but that's what ends up happening. They both stop talking for a moment. Dean and Keith look at each other before looking at me. That could work, Dean mumbles, a small smile on his face. They'll want to see how well-liked Keith is in the community. What better way than a party? Keith looks even happier about my idea. I feel proud of myself for my contribution. I'm happy that it's a good idea. I'm even happier that they like it. The two of them begin discussing what would be needed. I give my input as often as I can. I'm going to get some paper. I laugh lightly, standing from my seat. Keith smiles at me with a nod. They continue to talk as I hurry to start writing things down and begin making lists. If we're going to pull this off, Keith needs everyone's help. And I want him to pull this off. A week later, I realize planning for this party is more stressful than I thought it would be. I've been working with so many people just so we can get this right. I check my notes, making sure I know who I'm supposed to be calling. There are a few more things I need to get ready. I need to make sure that this doesn't get messed up. If I forget any one item, it could spell disaster. I call the head caterer to make sure everything is in order. The line stops ringing when he picks up. He greets me. I was just wondering, what all is on the menu for the party? While he lists everything, I double-check his responses against my own notes. As soon as I have everything down, I thank him and hang up. There's supposed to be a decorator I need to meet with today, and I'm waiting for her to arrive. Otherwise, everything seems to be ready. I check my notes again, making sure everything is okay. My nerves are singing. Work has become secondary in my mind. I still get it done by the end of the day, but planning takes priority over everything. I try not to feel too badly about it. After all, these are both jobs for Keith, right? After a few more checks of the notes, I take a breath. I've made sure time and time again, and nothing's out of order. I finally feel confident enough in my notes to set them down when I hear Keith enter the house. I leave my office to go see him. He's in the living room, and I immediately notice how tired he looks. "Hey," I say, concerned. My voice makes him stop pacing, and he looks at me. His eyes are wide, and he lets out a breath. "Is everything okay?" "Hey." He smiles ruefully, shaking his head. "You startled me. Everything's fine. I just got an answer from the governor. He's not going to be able to make it." "Oh," I say. I'm not really able to think of anything else to say. It's disappointing. I wish he would have been able to see the party that we're working so hard on putting together. "That's not the best news." "It's not, no." He sighs, rubbing his eyes. "I was told that a couple of his representatives will be attending instead." I nod. It's better than nothing, isn't it? I finally look back at him. He's sitting down on the sofa, his head in his hands. I walk over, sitting next to him. "Is something else wrong?" "No." "I don't know." He sighs heavily, looking at me. "There's just a lot hinging on this party, and I was really hoping he'd be able to make it." I understand. "At least there's going to be someone in his place," I reassure him. He hangs his head and I feel terrible. I hate that this happened, but it's not something I'm able to change. If I had control over it, I'd change it in a heartbeat. After a moment of silence, he sighs, sitting up. "Thank you. Thank you for being here." I laugh, nodding. "Of course. I'm glad to help. If I'm able to help him just a little better, I'm glad. There are still a few things I need to handle. I'll be back later." And with that, he leaves the home. I'm left alone in the living room, now getting to process the news without putting on a brave face for him. I understand why he's upset over it. I am too, even if it isn't my own campaign that it's for. I'm putting a lot into this party, and I really wanted to think it could help Keith impress the governor. I guess it's understandable, though. I'm sure the governor is a busy man, and there must be a lot of people campaigning for this job. But Keith really deserves the position. He's worked so hard for it. He'd do what's right for the ranchers. He wouldn't make poor decisions. He knows how to do his job, and he knows how to do it well. From what I've seen of him, he makes a very good leader. He wouldn't be perfect, but he'd be damn near close to it. He'd do so well. I'm still confident that he'll get it, but for right now, we just need to be hopeful. I'd be more confident if the governor was showing up to meet him, though. I lean back against the couch, musing over why it feels so personal to me. I feel almost as invested in this as Keith himself must be. I know I want to help him out, but I've reached a level that seems to exceed that. And then the stark thought hits me. Something that has probably been obvious for a long time I keep choosing to ignore. I'm in love with him. It's not a mild crush I'm putting off to spare my daughter unnecessary heartache, or a brief fling in between stages of my life. I'm actually, really, truly in love with this man. And with that, everything starts to seem less hopeful than ever.
Chapter 26. Keith. I can't believe my eyes as I watch the commotion from my living room window. There are at least 100 people running everywhere, setting up for the party, catering trucks, lighting crews, people hauling chairs and tables every which way. A real-life band is setting up on an improvised stage between the house and the barn. They tune their instruments and check their microphones. In the entire history of my ranch, there have never been this many people here at one time, and the guests haven't even arrived yet. There, in the center of it all, is Carolyn, beautiful as ever. She's already done up in makeup, jewelry, and a flattering blue dress. Any man would be grateful to have her by his side. The picture of grace. There's something more than just her knockout appearance, too. It's the way she's carrying herself. She walks with quiet authority, directing the crews to do their work, checking and rechecking every last detail. "Bring those flowers this way!" she shouts good-naturedly to the driver of the florist van. She sniffs a bouquet and smiles that electrifying smile, telling him to place one on each table set. All this work for me. Her fake husband. I feel a tightness in my chest. She is so good to me. I wouldn't have even known how to start planning a party like this. And yet here she is, pulling out all the stops, adding these little touches just to make sure tonight goes off well. Dean comes up to the window, straightening his tie. "Damn, don't you clean up well," he says, slapping me on the back after an appraising look. I shrug at my suit coat, feeling uncomfortably stiff. "Give me a button-down shirt any day, but I just want the freedom to move. This feels like I'm going to a funeral." We both watch the commotion outside for a bit. "This is quite the production, isn't it?" he murmurs. "It is. Carolyn is something else. I can't get over how she's running this whole thing. She's like a general out there. Beautiful, militaristic organization. Her smooth confidence. It's something to behold. All I can do is stand here and watch like a jerk." "How are you feeling about the party and all?" Dean asks. "It's a big night for you." "I'm feeling nervous, if I'm honest," I say. "You are the type to keep to himself most of the time," Dean says. "Give me 1,000 acres and cattle to drive, and I'm a happy man," I say, chuckling. "Put me in a suit and tie and tell me to hobnob and I feel like a clown." "Well, your looks don't help you any," Dean says impishly. "It's not just that it's a party," I say. "Half of the folks are from the Cattlemen's Association, people I've known my whole life. I can get a beer with them and talk shop, that's no problem. It's the other half, the politicians, the city dwellers, that get me all tight under the collar. I don't know them or how to act around them. I don't know what to talk about." "That makes sense to me," Dean says. "This has got to work, Dean. Everything we've done up to now comes down to tonight. Make a good impression. Smile and shake hands. Get the endorsements from the right people. Compliment their clothes or their car. Convince them I'm the right guy for the job." I sigh, finally admitting the most frustrating part of all this for me. I work hard. Give me a job and I'll crack away at it until it's done. But give me a social calling and I get all angles and awkward. I stumble over myself, flopping around a conversation like a fish out of water. If Carolyn wasn't here, I don't know what I'd do. I probably would have given up already. "Seems like she's been good for you." She has. I thought I was doing her a favor by giving her a job and a place to stay. Turns out she was the one saving me the entire time. I sigh and look down at my suit, which Carolyn lovingly picked out for me. All these people, all this get up, all this fuss. I feel like a boy on prom night or something. Dean turns and arches an eyebrow. "Speaking of which, how have you and Carolyn been getting along here all on your own?" I know my face heats red. I can feel it in my cheeks and my forehead. My mind can't help but flash back to the previous night of otherworldly sex. "You old bastard!" Dean shouts at me. I can't say that I'm surprised. I also can't say that I blame you. Just one look at those legs and I'd be a goner too. "I want to marry her, Dean," I say seriously, watching her flowing around the ranch's outbuildings, giving commands, looking stunning in her element. I mean it. This isn't some temporary thing or a one-night stand. She's the most wonderful person I've ever been around. Look at this. Look at all she's doing. I love her. It's time for me to make this fake marriage real. What would her brother think? James, we've been friends forever. I went over to his place last night to talk about it. I relived the moment in my head. How he chucked me a beer and I talked it out with him. He eventually told me to slow down. He was happy for me and all, but didn't want to have to hear every damn good thing about his sister. Then I asked or told, with the hope that he would approve, that I was hoping to marry her for real. And what would he say to that? His eyes got big in surprise and what looked like relief and pure happiness. He gave me the biggest hug I've ever had. He told me that he'd be honored to have me as a brother and best friend both, I say. When are you going to ask her? Dean says. As soon as this whole appointment hoopla is said and done. I can't spring an engagement on her while she's working so hard to get me into office. She wants this to go so well. She wants me to get the appointment, maybe even more than I do. Once it's done, then I'll ask. The band leader counts off outside, and the band starts playing. I can feel the bass in my chest, and the snap of the snare drum rattles the windows of the house. The sun is just beginning to set as orange, red, and yellow blast across the sky. I look down our long driveway and see headlights of our first guests approaching, still small and far off in the distance. Where there had been chaos only moments before, now is only calm. Strings of lights glowing in romantic tones of amber criss-cross overhead. The tables are set with flowers and tasteful decor. Steam wafts up from the buffet counters, with smartly dressed caterers standing at attention behind them. The party is ready. I see Carolyn looking back and forth over everything, searching for the slightest detail out of place, but also looking for me. Andrea comes bursting in the front door. She's also dressed nicely in a flowing shift, and a pair of her mother's dangling earrings, which she seems to take great pleasure in, swinging her head back and forth to feel them bop against her cheek. "Oh, there you are, Daddy," she says, smiling gleefully. Dean looks at me in surprise. I don't feel the need to explain. "Boy, you look really nice." She runs to hug my forearm. "I've never seen you in a suit before." She pulls gently at the cuff of my suit sleeve. "Thanks, Andrea. You look quite grown up yourself." "Mom sent me to come find you. She says it's time for you to quit hiding. Our guests are arriving soon, and you need to come out to greet them." I take a moment to consider our guests. Andrea has taken this project to heart just like her mother. How could I be so lucky? "All right," I say, watching Carolyn through the window. Looking, searching, still wondering where I am. Give me just a second, though. I want to see how long it takes her to... Carolyn's eyes meet mine through the glass of the window. She holds her gaze there, watching. Curious. Flirtatious. She sighs and smiles, content to have found me at last, then beckons me outside. "Come on," she mouths. "We're ready." I smile back. Time to go.
Chapter 27. Carolyn. I knew from the moment my eyes hit the back of that jacket, showcasing those wide, strong shoulders, I was done for. My mind instantly flashed to the memory of the two of us, wrapped up in each other. My arms wrapped around his chest, nails digging into those shoulders. I'd know those big shoulders anywhere now. Something crackles in the air between us. He must feel it too, because he seems to turn around with purpose and finds me instantly from across the room. I barely catch his grin as my eyes drift down his press button-up and slacks, meeting his signature cowboy boots. By the time my eyes rise back to his, I realize that they are drifting over my body as well. I hope he likes what he sees. I took extra care tonight to dress the part. The blue of the dress matches my eyes, and my hair is swept up in an elegant yet simple updo. A dress this fancy is not my normal cup of tea, but for him, I'll do anything. He makes me feel alive inside. It's a feeling I wasn't sure I'd feel again. My legs quiver as he comes closer and gives me hints of that exact look I observed when he rocked inside of me. Heat spurs from my core and through my extremities as his hand meets the small of my back. "You look amazing." His whisper finds my ear, sending chills down my spine. I straighten my shoulders a bit, trying to regroup and return the favor. "You clean up pretty nice yourself, cowboy." It feels good to laugh with him. It feels natural, like it's always been this way. I finally realize how far we've come from those kids in school, yet somehow I'm right back where I started. I want this man now as much as I wanted him back then. "Come on." His hand provides a gentle nudge, guiding me around with him to find other patrons to mingle with. I love every bit of this feeling. I feel like his wife, his real wife. I can imagine doing functions with him like this forever. I can imagine preparing dinner with him every night. I can imagine raising Andrea with him. A tiny gasp rises from my chest at the realization, and I feel his eyes jerk towards me, asking if I'm okay. I place my hand on my chest, chuckling in embarrassment. "Sorry, my shoes pinched me." He seems to believe me, and I hold in any further reactions as it swells once again that I am 100% in love with this man. If I'm honest with myself, that thought has been growing for a while now, and I've done a good job evading it. It wasn't until this moment, though. The two of us walking in step, his hand claiming me as we do, that I really felt like I could belong here. I no longer feel like we are hiding behind closed doors breaking our own rules, or playing nice in public, only to go home to separate rooms. Tonight, I feel like his. Like there is a chance this might lead somewhere for both of us. I can actually see us navigating a future together, instead of bemoaning my futile, childish crush. This next step in his life is something I want for him, just as bad as he does. He deserves it. He's such a good person, and he cares so much about this town. "We make a good team," he whispers as we approach the punch bowl. I nod and smile excitedly. "Only a few more hours of me, and you get a break." He chuckles and my heart sinks. Have I read this all wrong? Does he want a break from me? No, that can't be right. I know he loves Andrea. He confessed it the other day. But what he didn't do is say he loved me. My heart sinks a little lower in my belly. Oh God, am I the only one who fell so hard after all? How did I let myself get sucked away, after all my caution to avoid this very thing? I force a smile, extending my hand to shake with another guest. The man, clearly of importance, regards me with a confused look for a moment. Then Keith jumps in. This is my wife, Carolyn." The man's eyes double in size as he nods in agreement. "I thought I'd heard about your recent marriage." He rocks on his toes, waiting for an explanation. I want to cast him a dirty look, to let him know we owe him no such thing. But then I remember, this is the point of everything. This is my role. I am here, cast as the dutiful wife. The more we talk about it, the more convincing our act becomes. I stay quiet and let Keith do all the talking. I'm not much of a social butterfly anyways. I'm not always the best with my words. And I like small, quiet events with people I know. This kind of thing is so unnatural for me. But Keith handles it like a pro. Maybe we are more different than I wanted to see before. Maybe that's why he's not in love with me. It's sensible to see how the lines could have gotten blurred. Playing house and letting someone get so close to my child was bound to screw with my mind. I just thought I was being careful enough to avoid it somehow. Keith, on the other hand, handles this facade with ease. I feel stupid for a moment at the realization that I let myself fall so hard. Part of me wants to be mad. But as I step away to check on the hors d'oeuvres, Keith's sweet smile reaches me again with a slight wink of the eye, and I melt all over again. Maybe he doesn't love me yet, but I know he loves Andrea. Maybe that's a start. Maybe time will give us the rest. After all, if he gets this position, we can't separate right away. Even though his words don't yet tell me he cares for me. Something about the way he touches me and looks at me does. I think there might be a chance. It's at this moment that I decide to commit to this next year with everything I've got. I'm going in head first, and I'm going to love him. If I'm lucky, he might just realize he loves me too. Then we really can have this future I just know we deserve. I take a quick gaze around the now busy crowd and feel nervous. I'm not good with words like Keith, or even James, who I now see on the edge of the yard, enjoying a table to himself. My heart feels full seeing the two men I love nearby. I decide to stay close to either one of them tonight, so I don't mess anything up. I check on the caterers and look for Keith to head back by his side, but I see him talking to a man that I don't recognize. The stranger looks intimidating, to be honest, and even fancier than the last one I met. I decide not to chance joining them and head in the opposite direction to stand with James. I'm greeted warmly by my brother and finally feel a sense of relief when I reach his private little corner. "You did good, little sis." He smiles and raises his glass. I nod, gazing around the crowd for Andrea. She's old enough that I trust her within the confines of her own yard, of course. It's just motherly instinct checking in. It's all thanks to you, really. How so? His eyebrows pushed together. Well, you came up with the idea of Keith and I. Without that, I don't know where I'd be right now. You two look good together. I try not to let it show on my face how I am reacting to his words, but he seems to notice as he sips his white wine, and a devious smile presents itself. I can tell he's about to break into a line of questioning about my time with Keith so far, but before he does, a familiar hand lands on my shoulder. "Carolyn, I'd like you to meet some people." His voice instantly calms me, even though my presence at this party feels anything but that. I rise, nodding goodbye to James, and slip my arm into Keith's. "Who are we meeting?" I stutter. "Just some people." He must feel my grip on his arm tighten, because his other hand reaches over and cups my fingers. "You'll do fine, Carolyn. You're perfect, I promise." And just like that, all my worries disappear. I know that wherever I am with this man, I'm good.
Chapter 28. Keith. There are people at the party from all over the county, and even more from all over the state. Some are people I know, some I don't. I do my best to make the rounds with Carolyn by my side. She smiles and laughs and makes everyone feel at ease. In the back of my mind, though, I already know that the table nearest the barn is going to be a problem. I clock the way that group looks down and back up, eyes tracking me like hunters in a deer blind. They didn't come to my ranch to support me. They're here, waiting for the right time to make me look weak. "You see those jokers over there?" I quietly ask Carolyn between rounds of chatting up the partygoers. "Which ones?" she asks, trying to follow my gaze. "Over by the barn." "Yeah, I see who you mean." We watch them for a moment, noticing the way they lean over and whisper into each other's ears over the music from the band. They haven't taken any plates of food, just booze. "I think that's trouble," I say. "You don't know them?" "Never seen them in my life," Carolyn says. "What do you think they want?" I look deep into her greenish-brown eyes. She's all concerned, all wrapped up in reading my face. I want to reassure her, but I also want her to understand the way I feel about this. The governor can appoint whoever he wants to. I'm going to do my best to get this thing, but we both know the decision is ultimately in his hands. "But those guys," I say, stealing another glance over my shoulder at them. "I'm pretty sure they're here to mess that up any way they can." "What should we do?" Carolyn asks. I can't help hearing the we in her response, how she views us as a unit. We are a team. "Let's go poke a tiger," I say, smiling coyly. "Hang out here for a second. I'll just see if I can't talk some sense into them first." I squeeze Carolyn's hand and put on my best handsome, tough guy strut. I make my way nonchalantly toward the problem table. The troublemakers sit up straight and notice. They nudge one of their buddies, who straightens his hat and sets his jaw, ready to take me on. "How you doing, fellas?" I ask, maybe a little too amicably. The men politely touch the brims of their hats, but do not return my smile. Can I get you anything? How about this weather tonight? The ringleader rolls his tongue in his mouth for a moment before answering. We're here on behalf of Jeff White, your rival for the state position. This can be clean or it can be messy. Up to you. Is that a threat, my friend? I ask, still smiling but narrowing my eyes. The man continues. Pull out of contention for the position, and we won't have to air all your dirty laundry. We've done quite a bit of Oppo research on you. We didn't pull up much that would be interesting to the governor. Except one thing. His eyes wander over to where Carolyn stands chatting with some of the guests. She's doing her best not to look our way every few seconds, but is obviously concerned. Sounds like you're the one who wants to make things messy, I say. Have it your way, he responds, shrugging. He pushes back his chair, stretching out his chest and beginning to talk loudly above the music. I happen to know Jeff White is a good, honest, family man, he says, pretending to continue talking to me, but clearly addressing the rest of the assembled guests. Now, Keith, is there anything you'd like to tell your partygoers here before they hear it from someone else? The troublemaker asks, speaking even louder, wandering away from me toward the stage where the band has begun vamping. It's obvious they're unsure of whether to cover up this man's speech or quiet down so it can be heard more clearly. I have nothing to hide either from them, or from you, I say stridently, my hands resting on my belt buckle. If you've got something to say, then spit it out. The man slithers up onto the stage and slips a microphone from its stand. The band has gone quiet. Everyone watches to see what this man has to say. He talks boldly into the microphone. I can trust Jeff White. You, Keith, I'm not so sure. Me and my boys checked at the county records office. There is no record of you and Carolyn ever getting married. In fact, there are no records anywhere that say anything, except that she moved onto your ranch a few weeks ago with her young daughter. Seems like you are lying in order to get into the governor's good graces. The partygoers turn around and look at me. I don't flinch. I don't bat an eye. I'm already destroying this man in my mind. It's just a matter of waiting for the right time to strike. I am not a violent man, but I know how to use violence whenever it's necessary, coming onto my land, talking that way about my... But then, he was right, wasn't he? She wasn't actually my wife. Not yet. I take a deep breath, getting ready to unleash hell on him, when I hear Carolyn's voice speak up over the stunned silence. What of it, stranger? She says defiantly. Her back is ramrod straight. She's looking at him in the eyes, an accusing finger pointed at him like a gun. Damn, she's gorgeous. What is marriage, anyway? She says, stepping toward him. Isn't it a commitment between two people to love and cherish one another, regardless of what happens next in life? I've known plenty of people with the right papers, but the wrong attitude about marriage. She takes a sip of champagne and pushes forward. It's the connection between the heart and soul that matters, you jerk. The troublemaker simply smiles and tips his hat. I hope the governor sees it that way. For your sake, and for Keith's. Now get out of here before I shove this champagne flute up your nose, Carolyn shouts. This draws a smattering of chuckles and applause from the audience, who until now have been unsure of what to do. Happily, ma'am, the man says as he replaces the mic, whistles to his companions, and heads back out to the field where his truck is parked. The band picks up again where it had left off, and a din of dizzy, conspiratorial, gossipy conversation ripples through the remaining partygoers. I don't care, though. My focus is on Carolyn. After bravely seeing our attacker retreat from the party, she darts her eyes around, excuses herself, and runs back into the house, clearly overcome with emotions. I go in after her. I find her moments later in the bathroom, desperately trying to control the mascara running down her cheeks as she cries. Hey, what's all the crying for? You did great out there. You gave them what for? I say, blurting the first thing to come into my mind to try to cheer her up. The truth is, I've never heard someone defend me that way before. It was the kindest thing she could have done. But I proved their story, didn't even try to cover it up. I confirmed that what he was saying was true, Carolyn says, pulling at her hair. I feel so dumb. I mean, you did better than me. My whole plan was just to punch them all in the face. I say, smiling as I wrap her in my arms and draw her face into my chest. She lets out an involuntary chuckle. You don't think I ruined things for you, do you? No, certainly not. Also, babe, this party, I can't believe what you did tonight. It was beautiful, as gorgeous as an outdoor wedding. She looks up at me, surprised and a little hopeful. I couldn't have asked for a better night, I say. I couldn't have been prouder of you. I also wouldn't be surprised if you figured out a way to slit their tires or pour sugar in their gas tanks before they left. You are not to be messed around with. She wipes her eyes and smiles. I take care of the people that I love. The band switches tunes in up-tempo swinging beat. We can feel the bass throbbing through the corridors of the house. I take Carolyn's hand in mine, and we began to dance to the music. Our private band, our private party, our private lives.
Chapter 29. Carolyn. Hurt, pain, lies, embarrassment. They all stand before me, and I can't hide from it anymore. I simply want to crawl under a rock and hide myself away from the world. This was all a mistake, and I need to be away from here. On our best days, I am hoping this man might someday love me back. A fool's game I know better than to play. And in our worst moments, like this one, I am forced to admit how embarrassing and desperate I have become. Keith drags me back outside to face our party, but I can't focus anymore. I stick to familiar, friendly faces who reassure me that it's okay, but that just makes me feel worse. This party is an epic disaster, and it feels like all my fault for letting the lines get so blurred. Are you okay? Keith asks for maybe the 5th time. I don't know what to say. Of course, I am not, but his eyes peer into mine, and I know that he already knows that too. He is really just saying that he is concerned, that he wants to know if I will be okay. I don't know the answer for that either, so I just smile weakly. I'm fine. Carolyn, are you sure? He questions once again, with a sense of firmness that requests the truth, and it spills out of me. I didn't know it until that minute, but when I speak the words, I know they're right. I can't be here. What? He asks with a frown, and suddenly I refocus on the fact that other people are around us. Most of our guests have cleared out by this point, but a few are still around. I try to control my voice to not draw any more attention. I can't be here. I need to go. Carolyn Dash. I can't stay here, Keith. It's too much. Where will you go? He asks, with his frown falling deeper under the weight of an emotion I couldn't quite define. I will stay with James. The answer comes to me suddenly, just as careless as the last one. I glance uncertainly at James beside me, hoping he won't hang me out to dry. James? He repeats with his own glance in James's direction. James looks between us uneasily, caught between us both and saying nothing. I simply sigh as I try to gather what is left of my pride and joy. What is left of me? I will still work for you. I just don't think it's a good... Mommy? Andrea's voice calls out, and I look beyond Keith to see her walking towards us. Hey, baby, I call back as she pierces into the crowd with a frown. Where have you been? I was playing with some kids in the front yard. Are you okay? She asks, and her question has me immediately putting on a brave face. If she was lucky enough to have missed that debacle, which I hope she was, I'm not going to take that away from her. Yeah, I'm fine. I was just talking to Keith about us going to stay with Uncle James. A frown grips her face as she looks between me and Keith, and then to James. In that frown, I see questions. Questions that will likely go unanswered, as I am fresh out of answers. Why? What was I supposed to say? That I was foolishly building on lies and expected the love to be honest? That I had sat there and let her grow close to a man that wouldn't stay in our lives? That it's my fault she is feeling what she is feeling? Because it would be best if we spent some more time with our family. James is our family. I reply with the best smile I can pull from the completely worst emotions one could feel. I want to stay. We can't, I state. Her frown, if even possible, falls deeper. But we can still visit. Okay, she says, after a look at Keith, who offers her a nod, thankfully. It seems to lift her mood. Not a lot, just a baby step in the right direction. Andrea, why don't you come with me so Mommy can get ready to leave? James speaks up for the first time. She reluctantly agrees, for which I'm grateful. My gratitude only lasts for so long as the crowd dissolves, and I am left with only Keith. And stupid me still waits a second too long for him to ask me not to go. Of course, he doesn't. He just stares at me with big, helpless eyes, as if asking what I want him to say now. If I have to tell him, there's really no point at all. I guess I'm admitting that a little too late to be much use to either of us. I would take anything, even a brush of his hand against mine, but I receive silence. Nothing but heartbreaking silence. Goodbye, Keith. Goodbye, Carolyn, he replies. His words are the stamp that was missing from the message I finally received. He doesn't love me.
Chapter 30. Keith. Watching her leave breaks me. She just wanted to help me. I can't help but feel like this is my fault. I dragged her into a lie and it blew up all over her. I hate that they're gone. Andrea and Carolyn are a huge part of my life now. Them not being here is very weird to me. I don't like how empty the house feels. I don't like the silence. At first, I pace around the ranch, filling my time with endless to-do lists. I resolve to leave her be, at least for now. I know that she needs space. I know that she needs to be with herself for a while. But there are only so many fence posts to check before my mind goes back to her. After a few days, I can't even pretend to be busy. I just wander the house like a ghost, still feeling the memory of when it was full of love and laughter. I'd give anything to have that back, to have Andrea and Carolyn back. The only thing that pulls me out of my thoughts is my stomach growling. I motivate myself to get up to start a pot of coffee and make some breakfast. I make myself a simple bowl of cereal, my thoughts elsewhere. I start the coffee but forget the grounds, heating an entire carafe of plain water before I even notice the mistake. When I finally manage to get a simple task right, I take a sip of my coffee, closing my eyes. The heat of the drink burns as it goes down. The bitterness sits on my tongue. I can't be bothered to care. My eyes burn. I slept a full night, but I'm still exhausted. I stare at the liquid in my cup, trying to understand where this train went off the rails. How did something so good end up, well, like this? The commissioner position is very important to me, but Carolyn is more important. I miss her. I miss being able to talk to her. I miss Andrea, too. I miss her personality. The house feels too empty without them. Everything seems so overwhelming. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I want them to come back. I want Carolyn to come back. I love her. Oh, that's an unexpected thought, but it's true. As soon as I think that, I retrace my steps to my conversation with Dean just before the party. I told him that I was going to propose to Carolyn and make it clear how I felt when the cattle commissioner job was secure. Well, I really doubt I'm going to get the job now, but I'm shockingly okay with that. It turns out, if you just think about it right, a secure no is still an answer. That means this is the perfect time to lay it all on the line and decide a new future together. That is, if she'll still take me. A man can hope. I let out a small laugh, setting my coffee down on the counter. My thoughts seemed to jumpstart themselves. The change of perspective is huge, making everything seem suddenly clearer. The smile turns to a grin. I have a plan. I know what I'm going to do. Everything seems as though it's falling into place. The sudden change of mood is like whiplash, but I ignore it. I speed walk from the kitchen to my bedroom. I slip on my socks and boots. I feel ecstatic. I know what I need to do. I know how to move forward. There's still that small amount of fear in the back of my head that she'll reject me, but I'm confident. I think all will be well. If not, I have to at least try. I race to the front door, almost slamming into it. I stand still for a second, taking in a breath to calm my racing heart. I try to calm the grin, but I'm unsuccessful. I set my hand on the doorknob, taking a moment to finally open the door. The cool wind hits me, and all I can do is smile. Everything seems poised to go back to normal. Everything seems to be looking up. I'm gonna find her the perfect ring. I want this fake marriage to be the real thing. I want to be with her. I want her to be with me. All I can do is hope that she'll say yes.
Chapter 31. Carolyn. Picking at the frayed ends on the cuff of my plush weathered bathrobe, I wonder idly if it's a boy or girl. I imagine a little boy with Keith's hazel eyes and athletic build running around the ranch, or maybe a little girl who resembles Andrea feeding the cows alongside her daddy. I wonder if the baby will be dark like me, or lighter like Keith, or somewhere in between the two of us. "You should tell him," James says, plopping down on the couch next to me, a steaming plate of spaghetti and meatballs in his hands. My stomach does a little flip, finding the aroma revolting. Sighing, I drop my spoon into the nearly empty carton of chocolate chip ice cream sitting in my lap, my appetite suddenly gone. After how things ended, I just don't know. I finally reply, shaking my head. "So, your fake marriage was outed. You had to know that was going to happen eventually," James comments through a mouthful of spaghetti. "Well, yeah. So, what's the big deal then?" James asks. "If you don't want to be with him, that's one thing. It's your life. But I don't get why you say you don't want him back when you obviously do. I think if you just talk to him, it's just..." I feel the tears welling up in my eyes, threatening to let loose a flood. James, seeing my face, carefully puts down his fork and places his half-eaten plate aside. "Carolyn, is there something I need to know? Something you haven't told me?" I can see that glint forming in his eyes. The protective brother, ready to do battle. No, nothing like that," I hastily say, furiously wiping the wetness from my eyes. Damn hormones, I think to myself. It's just that, when I left, he didn't ask me to stay. I hear James sigh as he picks up his plate and resumes eating. Maybe he was just in shock and didn't know what to say, James suggests, shrugging his shoulders. "I guess," I reply hesitantly. "Still, I don't want him to get the wrong idea," I add. "What do you mean?" James asks. "I don't want him to feel obligated to marry me or anything." I turn away, my face heating, hoping that James doesn't see the heartache in my eyes. Really, I want nothing more than to throw myself at Keith and beg him to take me as his wife, his real wife. "Do you love him?" Andrea chimes in from behind me, making me jump, the spoon and ice cream carton falling to the floor. I lean forward to pick it up, but James waves me away, scooping up the container and wiping errant chocolate bits off the linoleum floor. "Well?" Andrea asks again, perching herself on the armrest of James's too small bachelor pad couch. "Of course I do, sweetheart." I sigh, shaking my head. "But that doesn't mean he loves me." "Sure he does," Andrea scoffs. "Isn't that right, Uncle James?" James nods as he slurps up the last of the noodles. "I keep telling you as much, but you won't hear me say it." "He's told you this?" I ask, hope burning in my chest. Just then, James's phone buzzes and he picks it up. Smiling, he nods to himself. "James?" I ask, trying to mask the pleading tone in my voice. "Huh, what?" he asks. "Has he told you he loves me?" I ask, punctuating each word and glaring at him. James returns the glare, staring me down as he stands up. Perhaps that is something you should ask Keith, like I keep suggesting. With that, James heads to the kitchen with his now empty plate. Mom, it's obvious he loves you, Andrea says. Even I can tell, and I'm only 10, she finishes, jutting out her chin in a know-it-all manner. Even if that's true, Andrea, that doesn't mean he'll be okay with this baby, I say, patting my tummy where I can feel the spark of a new life growing. So, what are you going to do? Andrea asks. Hide it from him forever? I shrug my shoulders. You still work for him. Do you really think he won't notice? She has a point there. I hadn't really thought that far ahead. How soon would he notice? How long would I be able to hide the inevitable morning sickness, my whirlwind emotions, or my expanding waistline? I sag down into the chair, feeling defeated. Andrea puts a hand on my shoulder. Mom, it will be all right, she says. I look up to see her smiling face. He'll love the baby just like he loves me, she whispers. My heart catches in my throat as I watch the pure joy and love shine in her eyes. Come here, baby, I say, holding out my arms. Andrea curls up on my lap, taking extra care not to squish the baby, and gives me a fierce hug. So, you gonna tell him? James asks, towering over me with his hands on his hips. I can feel Andrea's gaze on my face as well. Okay, I huff. Just give me a little time to figure out when and how. I growl. James holds up his hands, backing away. You got it, sis. Andrea hops off my lap, and James motions her over. He leans down and whispers in her ear, and she nods before running off to the bedroom, where we are sleeping. The couch I'm sitting on is currently serving as poor James's bed. James then heads to the closet. He pulls out a pair of boots and begins pulling them on. Meanwhile, Andrea comes scampering back into the room, now wearing leggings under her flowery dress. And just what are you two up to? I ask. Well, since you said you needed time to think, James replies, I thought I'd ask my favorite niece out to a movie. I'm your only niece, Andrea quips back. And maybe some ice cream too, if my favorite niece would like that. Andrea nods vigorously, throwing open the front door. Ice cream that I don't have to share with Mom, yippee. I hear her singing as she skips out the door. I roll my eyes. I've only eaten like 2 or 3 small cartons of ice cream. Or maybe it was 4. Take all the time you need, sis. But just so you know, we'll be back in about 3 hours. Sue. James winks at me and saunters out the apartment door, locking it behind him. Unbelievable, I grumble. Those two are like peas in a pod. They so love ganging up on me. Still, it would be nice to have a few hours all to myself in this too small 1-bedroom apartment. I grab a half-read book from the coffee table and sprawl out on the couch, settling in for my imaginary adventure. If I remember right, when I left off, the burly pirate king had just rescued the smart-mouthed princess from certain death. An hour later, I groan, throwing the book back on the table, disgusted. I read maybe a chapter. Every time the princess would comment on the burly pirate's physique or deep-pitched voice, I'd think about Keith. The hairy-faced pirate would morph into the softer, more sultry form of Keith, and I would become the princess, wrapped tightly in his arms, his rough, warm hands caressing my shoulders. I kept trying to shake myself out of the fantasy, but it was hopeless. Keith had stolen my heart, and the tawdry romance novel no longer had any allure. I need to call him, I think, picking up my phone. Just to hear his sweet voice one more time, I tell myself, hands shaking as I hit call. And then I immediately hit end call before it has a chance to ring. What are you thinking, Carolyn? I ask myself. Calling him is the dumbest idea you've had today. I mean, what was I going to say when he answered? Hi, Keith. It's Carolyn, and I'm pregnant with your baby. Yeah, I'm sure that would go over brilliantly. Or I could profess my undying love for him. But what if he didn't love me back? What if the love James and Andrea were so sure he had for me was more of a brotherly, sisterly kind of love? What if his caring words and tender kisses had been no more than part of the act in our fake marriage? Getting up, I shoved the phone under the cushion of the couch. Out of sight, out of mind, I tell myself. I'll go take a nice warm bath, I say, into the empty air of the now lonesome apartment. The warm water will hopefully relieve the pulling sensation deep in my womb and relax my muscles, too tense from worrying. Perhaps the warm water could even wash away the heartache.
Chapter 32. Keith. What in the good Lord's name are you doing, Keith? My hand freezes inches away from the door. I can't understand why, but my knuckles simply don't connect to it. No, that's not right. I do know why. Behind that door stands the answer to my entire future. What if she says no? Then again, I won't bring myself to think that way. I clench my jaw, teeth gnashed. Before I register what's going on, I am knocking. The door sounds hollow. My ears are itching, wondering if I can hear her footsteps. I plunge my hand in my pockets and grip the black jewelry box as tightly as possible. My heart catapults from my chest to my throat as I hear her voice muffled on the other side. There's some lower muttering in the background from what I can only assume is James himself. Carolyn's voice responds in a way I can only describe as irritated. More footsteps, and a moment later, the door opens. I take a step back, startled. Light floods into the corridor, and there she is. I tear my gaze from the ground and meet her emerald eyes. I struggle to breathe for a solid 5 seconds. The breathing issue gets worse as I break free from the freckles on her face and notice, for the first time, she's wearing nothing but 2 fluffy white towels. One is wrapped around her waist, the other one in her hair. Her skin glows golden. It reminds me of spun sugar from the way it glints with those leftover water droplets. Carolyn's eyes narrow, and she immediately looks away from me to hide the expression on her face. It amazes me how every single time I find myself face to face with this woman, she looks more beautiful than I even dare to remember. "Hi," I croak breathlessly. "Hi yourself," Carolyn whispers. She clears her throat, clenching the towel around her. I shake my head, suddenly wanting to slap myself silly for staring. "Get a grip, King." "I'm sorry. I should have called first," I murmur. "I was wondering if we could talk." I hate the thought that I might have made her uncomfortable. Carolyn makes a final decision after a tense pause. She shakes her head and takes a step aside from the doorframe. No, it's okay." She pauses, pointing at the towels. "I just need, 5 minutes." I nod, hope bubbling in my chest. I've held on to the tiny box in my pocket for so long that I can't feel my fingertips. Having something to cling to seems almost therapeutic. I slowly step into the apartment. Carolyn vaguely gestures towards James's couch. "You can sit if you want." She shifts her weight from one foot to the other. "I'll be back in a flash." "Take your time, please. I'm not going anywhere." I smile. She swallows before turning around and heading over to her room. I'm left alone in the living room area. It might be better to sit, rather than stand around awkwardly. I settle myself on the edge of the couch. I take out the ring box from my pocket, fiddling with it between my fingers. I'm debating where to begin, when a pitter-patter of footsteps reappears. I shove the box back in its hiding place. Andrea appears in the hallway, holding on to James's hand. They both stop at the same time. The little one looks even taller than the last time I saw her. She's growing up so fast. A sense of fondness makes me certain that I'm making the right choice. James's face, on the other hand, is one of optimistic caution. I can hardly blame him. "Keith!" Andrea exclaims before a rapid-fire stream of questions. "What are you doing here? Are you and Mom making up? Is she still mad at you? I think it was so silly that you two weren't able to—" "Andy, what if we give Mommy and Keith some space for grown-up time?" James suggests, letting go of her hand and edging her towards the front door. Andrea glares at him in the best way a 10-year-old kid knows how. I can't help but smile. She's so bold. She'll be a handful as a teen, I can only bet. I want to spend time with Keith, Andrea pouts. We can get ice cream, James practically pleads. I owe you one since we didn't stop after the movie. Perfect timing, right? That seems convincing enough for Andrea, although she isn't 100% satisfied. I'll buy you a double scoop. Just get your shoes and make it quick, kiddo. Fine, then. Double scoop. You promised, Uncle James. Andrea stomps away to get her shoes. In the silence, James pauses and walks up closer to me. Before he can ask any questions, I show him the box and open it. The ring glimmers. A giant grin spreads on his face. Best of luck, bud. James pats me on the back. Thanks. James, does she hate me? I ask, my mouth completely dry. No, I don't think she ever could hate you, to be honest. He gives one last encouraging wink before stepping away. Andrea reappears with the pinkest shoes I've ever seen. She waves happily as James takes her free hand, and they step out the front door. I can hear them bickering about the double scoop agreement. After what feels like an eternity, Carolyn comes back. She traded the towels for loose sweatpants and a gray shirt. The colors she chose highlight her hair. I stand as she enters the room. I quickly realize with more certainty than ever that I'd lay down the rest of my life at her bare feet and hope for the best, literally any day of the week. It would still be the best decision I've ever made. Her eyes began wandering to the hallway behind her. Andrea and James went out for ice cream, I clarify. She seems more reassured and relaxes. She edges closer to me, sitting on the couch I just abandoned. I join her once more. Her arms are crossed. I can't blame her for wanting to put some distance between us. Why are you here? Carolyn gets straight to the point. Her voice trembles. I turn to directly face her and throw caution to the wind. Carolyn, I know I hurt you. I'm so deeply sorry. I was an idiot. An absolute jerk. I don't even think there are enough words to tell you how much I regret letting you go. I try reaching for her hands. She lets me take one of them. There is a pained expression on her face. I can think of a few more words, to be honest. Carolyn gives me a half smile before taking her hand back. My mind is a roller coaster. All of that was the worst mistake I've ever made. But it has made me think about what I want and what makes me happy. I feel happy with you, Carolyn, and I want to make you happy in return. I want you, and not for a fake marriage. I want you now and forever. I drop to the ground, kneeling next to her. Carolyn's eyes widen in disbelief. I continue speaking. If you want me to go away right now, say the word. I'll understand. I don't expect anything, and you owe me absolutely nothing. I love you. I've loved you since I first saw you walk back into my life, and I'd be even more of an idiot, a jackass, to let you go again without trying to make things right. The ring rests on my palm, shining in the orange light of the living room. Carolyn closes the jewelry box, wrapping her small fingers around my hands. I fear the worst, but I stay quiet. She gently props me back to sit on the couch beside her. Keith, I have to tell you something. She fixes her stare on my fingertips, holding my hand. After the deepest breath I've ever seen her take, she finishes her thought. I'm pregnant. It's the strangest sensation. Almost as if someone threw a bucket of cold water all over my body. The erratic heartbeat in my chest settles into something warmer, deeper. I imagine her holding our baby in her arms, Andrea helping him or her get ready for school. All of us, growing older together. It takes every bone in my body to not start sobbing with happiness. Carolyn takes my silence and my expression the wrong way. She's been speaking this whole time. Too late, I'm picking up bits of responses with phrases like involved as much or as little. My lack of response to what has probably been a single-sided discussion has tipped her over the edge. She's shaking, and her face is pale. She gets up, tears streaming down her face. "I'm sorry." Carolyn's voice is full of emotion. She starts walking away. "No, please don't leave." I grab her hand and pull her towards my lap. Something wet is dripping down my face from my eyes. I'm actually crying. There's no real reason to hide it anymore. The woman I love is pregnant with our child, and she's radiant. Sweetheart, that's the most amazing news. I wipe her tears with my thumb. She presses her face against my palm, finally choking out a laugh. "You promise?" she murmurs. I can only hope to show her exactly how much I love her as the days and years go by. "Now and always, I promise," I whisper. My eyelids soften, and she presses her forehead against mine. I hold her tighter and ask again, "Carolyn Peyton, will you marry me?" "Yes! Absolutely, yes!" She giggles in such a lovely way before crashing her lips against mine. It is the single most amazing kiss I've gotten in my entire life. Chapter 33. Keith, the newborn calf, struggles to its feet. It's always a bit of a shock to see it land on the ground. The panic I feel is replaced by immense relief. It looks like it's going to be okay. I've seen this hundreds of times, but this time it feels different. I'm still reeling, happily reeling, but reeling nonetheless, from the news that Carolyn is pregnant. She's already a mother, and I couldn't love Andrea more if she was mine. But a baby, wow. That's all I can think. Wow. The calf wobbles around and finds its way under its mama. He or she won't even try to get close enough to the calf to determine which for several days. Nudges the udder and then latches on. I can see the calf swallowing, and I relax a little more. The hardest part is done. I look over at the house. There are 3 vehicles pulling into the driveway. They all look to be black SUVs, and I can't imagine who's driving them. That's not a very practical vehicle around here, 4-wheel drive or not. I should go back to the house and bring Andrea out here to see the calf. I imagine how excited she will be and smile. Ever since Carolyn agreed to marry me, to be my wife, to be with me forever, I've been smiling so much my face is starting to hurt, but I can't stop. Andrea has a lot to learn, and I can't wait to teach her. At the same time, I can't let her get too attached to this baby. Maybe I should wait until I do sex the calf. If it's a bull, it will be out of here before it turns a year old. If it's a cow, though, she could raise it and show it. I'm excited to tell Carolyn, too, but I quickly remind myself that I best be careful about inferring anything about pregnant women based on my knowledge of cattle gestation. I whistle, and when my horse doesn't respond, I try again. She's found a nice patch of grass and is determined to ignore me. I mount her and pull on the reins. She lifts her head reluctantly and even turns back to give me the stink eye. As I turn her towards home, I see someone galloping towards me. I nudge the horse into a trot. As we close the distance between us, I can see the rider is Joe, one of my ranch hands. "What's going on?" I ask as we both rein our rides in and come to a full stop. "Carolyn sent me to get you," Joe says. He turns back and we trot towards the house side by side. "Who are they?" I say, nodding at the cars in my driveway. "She didn't say, sorry, boss, just to get you to come in immediately." "All right, I'll check it out." I dismount and hand the reins to Joe. "I take her out to the back," he says. I thank him and turn towards the house. Not only are the cars fancy, so are the people who arrived in them. All the men are in suits, and the 2 women are in heels. I hope they've been watching where they step. They are right in the path from the stable to the ring. "Hello," I say as I approach. I look at Carolyn. Andrea is standing in front of her. My family, I think. And my face is hurting again. I try to project how much love I'm feeling at Carolyn and Andrea and my baby. But my manners take over. Before I know it, I'm heading towards the group, holding out my hand. One of the women steps forward to shake it. "I'm Lindsay Green," she says, "from the governor's office." "The governor?" I look at Carolyn. She widens her eyes and gives a little shrug. It's obvious she doesn't know what's going on either. How can I help you? Or help the governor? I say. We're here to offer you the position of cattle commissioner. The governor would have come himself, but he's... She stops and instead of explaining, waves her hand in the air around her head. I have no idea what it signifies. I'm too distracted by the first part of her statement to care. Cattle commissioner? Yes. The governor comes from a long line of ranchers, you know. He's been looking for someone who, well, as he said, really gets it. Who knows how important ranching is, not just to the ranchers or the local communities, but to the country. That's what I've been saying, I say. We know, he knows, everything you did to fend off the overdevelopment of this town. Well, let me just say he's very impressed. We all are, actually. We want to preserve the ranching tradition for generations to come, and we need someone who has the balls, I offer. Well, yes, the balls to stand up to the developers. What do you say? I need to ask my fiancé, I say, and turn towards Carolyn. This is the kind of decision we need to make together. You know, I agree. 1,000%, Carolyn says. They'll never find anyone better. Oh, and my daughter, I add, holding out my hand. Andrea grabs my hand and then slams into me with a hug. Congratulations, Dad. You will be perfect and can protect everyone. I guess that's a yes then, Miss Green, I say. Call me Lindsay, she says. We've got a lot to discuss with you. Any chance we could do that in the house and get out of this sun? Of course, I respond, leading the way. The next 3 hours are a whirlwind of facts and figures and schedules and policy. I meet my assistant and my assistant's assistant. I read and modify the mission statement for my position. I chat with the governor for a solid 90 seconds. He congratulates me and reiterates his faith in me, thanks to the work I did in the county. Hope to meet you in person soon, he finishes and hangs up before I can even say goodbye. I'm sure he's sorry he couldn't be here, Miss Green says as she and the rest of the entourage leaves the house. It's okay, I say and mean it. I know what I need to do. The meeting convinced me that I will have the support I need. I don't need anyone to supervise me. I shut the door and lean up against it. I take a deep breath, then a couple more. Carolyn, Andrea, I call. I have half a mind to take them into town for dinner. I check my watch. I have time for a quick shower, which I desperately need. Hello! I yell. There is no answer. I make a quick round of the house, but neither of them are anywhere. In Andrea's room, I glance out the window and see a bunch of trucks parked on the far end of the stable. What the? I mutter as I run down the stairs. When I round the corner of the stable, I see that someone, Carolyn, probably, has set out a good dozen tables. I stop in my tracks, not knowing what to think. Hey, everyone! I turn towards the sound of my almost brother-in-law's voice. It's the man of the hour, James says, raising his beer in my direction. More like the man of the year, someone calls. I turn to see Colin Jacobson. You done good, kid, he says. Sent them brats back to where they belong. Where do they belong? Andrea asks. Everyone laughs and Colin hangs his head sheepishly, realizing the slip in his colorful language. Everybody, calm down, Carolyn says as she walks over to me. You did all this? I ask. Everyone wanted to celebrate. I hope you don't mind. Mind? I say, sweeping her up in my arms. It's perfect. You're perfect. Andrea's perfect. My life, it's never been this perfect. Then before she can respond, I kiss her.
Chapter 34. Carolyn. My heart flutters in my chest as the white limo travels down the country road at a seemingly staggering pace. My bright eyes scan the countryside that moves past, and the sky lightly speckled with clouds. My feet tap with excitement as I look down and smooth out my ivory dress with my shaking hands. Andrea takes my hand and I catch my breath. Mom? Andrea asks. I look over at my daughter, who is smiling up at me. I know some of her unbridled excitement comes from the makeup she was allowed to borrow from my bag. This is a formal occasion and deserves the proper respect. How could I say no? What is it, honey? It's okay to be nervous, she says with a small chuckle. It's a big deal. Thank you for calming me down, I say, giving her a wink. Ever since Keith proposed, Andrea has been dying to get to the wedding day. At least once a day, she would comment on how excited she was for Keith to officially become her daddy. I had to admit, we were both lucky he came into our lives. Dear Lord, how am I going to make it through this? I know I am going to cry as soon as I set foot outside of this limo. Mom? I hear Andrea's voice ask again. I turn back to her, giving her a smile. Yes, dear? Dad would be happy for us. The comment hits harder than expected. I try my best to hold back the tears. Not yet. I know they will come before the night is over, but it can't start yet. Suddenly, the clouds that were clinging around the sun start to break away. The limo fills with warm sunlight, and I can hardly contain the joy I feel inside. Linus. Without another word, I know that I have his blessing. Andrea adores Keith, and I absolutely love the man. It is a relief to know the warmth of the sun on my cheeks. It feels like a hand cupping my cheek in a soft goodbye. Thank you. I think so too, baby, I say to Andrea as I pull her closer. The limo climbs the hill just before the ranch's entrance, and I feel the nerves start coming back. I cling to my daughter's hand. I would not be near as confident without her here. Her support in this means everything to me. The limo turns into the drive, and I see the cresting of white balloons near the house. More white accents begin to reveal themselves as we draw closer, seeing the makeshift chapel we set up in the field beyond. It's so pretty, Andrea says. And so are you, I reply with a small squeeze of her hand. Are you ready? Yep, she screams. I can't help but laugh at her excitement. When the limo slows to a stop, I see the aisle Keith and I made, lined with lanterns. Andrea moves to the side door. Remember, walk slowly. Step, step. Step, step, touch, I know. She whines as she pulls at the handle. See you down the aisle, Mom. Before she opens the door, she leans over and gives me a hug. I squeeze her and push back the tears once again. Andrea smiles back at me just as she swings open the limo door and steps out onto the field. I sit back and concentrate on my breathing as I hear those in attendance react to Andrea's beauty. I peek around the door and see the faces of our closest friends and family, but the only face I'm truly interested in is the one down the aisle. The music changes once Andrea is in position, and I step outside of the limo. My dress billows out behind me as I leave the confines of the cab. The soft lace overlay sets a sensual tone for the dress. A light gust of wind picks up the layers beneath me as I search down the aisle to meet the heavenly hazel eyes at the other end. Keith looks like a true gentleman in his finely tailored gray suit. His hands clasp in front of his body as he nervously rocks back and forth. I smile at him as I make my way to him. He reaches out for me and I take his hand. Keith pulls me into him under the arbor, covered with flowers and tulle, and whispers in my ear, "You look beautiful." The ceremony goes by in a euphoric daze, like the twisting of a kaleidoscope. We exchange vows in a blissful blur and kiss as the officiant announces us. For the first time, introducing Mr. and Mrs. Keith and Carolyn King. All in attendance cry out in a cheer as Keith takes my lips for the first time as my husband. His hand anchors at the back of my head, holding me to his mouth, not wanting to let go. Keith and I laugh aloud when we break apart. He takes my hand, which is now complemented by a diamond ring and a silver band. The guests cheer as we are made official. We retire as a group to the barn by our ceremony setup. James plays music through the sound system in his truck as some of the couples begin to dance. Keith takes me in his arms and helps himself to a dance. He places a hand on the small but noticeable bump of my belly and smiles down at me. The rest of the evening is spent with the people most important to us. As the night winds down and guests start leaving, Uncle James takes a very sleepy Andrea back to their house for the night. When the last guest packs up, Keith picks me up in his arms, cradling me like a baby. "And what do you think you're doing?" I scold him. He laughs as he secures his grip and walks us toward the house. I am carrying my wife across the threshold. He doesn't stop there. He walks through the front door, closing it with a kick of his foot, and leads us to the bedroom. Keith sets me down on the floor and slowly drops to his knees. He pulls my right foot to his knee and slowly slides the delicate heeled shoe off of my foot. The other one follows before he stands before me again. "Keith," I say to him, the man who is now my husband, "I love you. I love you, Carolyn." The silky husk in his voice is enough to start an aching in my core. My hands touch his chest and run down his length, feeling his sculpted muscles beneath his fine suit. It takes little time for my fingers to find the buttons on his suit jacket, but soon it's on the floor. Well, things are heating up again. You know what to do. Go to BWWM to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks, but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts and apply it to every digital product in your cart. Back to the story. Chapter 35. Carolyn. My distorted face looks back at me from the oven door glass, the murky reflection hiding the smothered pork chops I am checking on. The heavenly smell of the meat has already filled the kitchen, but it rises in intensity when I open the appliance to retrieve them. Grasping the hot pan with oven mitts over my hands, I pull it up close, admiring the bubbles welling up in the thick gravy-like sauce. With this done, all that is left is the last few minutes of the simmering pasta. Dinner is almost done. Uncle James had been kind enough to babysit Andrea and Julius, giving me and Keith a rare date night. I am so excited I can't help dancing around the kitchen while I cook. I set the dining room table a bit grander than usual, with the dark red table runner and twisted silver tree centerpiece that rarely leaves the cabinet. As I light the candles, a bit off-center and nowhere near the same height, the timer goes off behind me. My pasta! I cry and scamper to the kitchen quickly to save the noodles. I am just fast enough. The butter sauce, simple and light, has settled in a nice coating on the bow ties and is a perfect accompaniment to the pork chops' richer gravy. To round it out, I also baked a little dish of green beans with bacon. Glancing at the time, I know Keith will be home soon. My timing is perfect. I have just finished serving the meal onto our plates when I hear the key in the lock. The door opens at the same time the final pan goes back to the counter. His coat is slipping off his shoulders as I cross the room to hug him, stealing a kiss from those surprised lips before he can speak. "Welcome home, love," I say warmly after our lips part. "Thank you, Carolyn," Keith answers, glancing around him. "Where are the kids?" "With Uncle James," I explain with a coy smile. "Tonight, I have you all to myself." A smile rises to his lips. Ah, a rare moment to share with the love of my life. How lucky. I giggle as I slip my hand into his and lead him through the house to the dining room, stepping aside to present the dinner to him, like an artist in front of their painting. Rather than explain it, I let his sense tell him. "You went all out this time, didn't you?" "It looks great," Keith says, pulling out my chair for me. Sitting down, I wait for him to join me at the table before I touch anything. I wait so he can taste it first. The look of enjoyment on his face is enough. I smile to myself and cut into my pork chop. Dinner passes quickly. Good food doesn't last long in good company. More than that, I want to spend as much time with him as possible. I stand up and start grabbing the dirty dishes. He joins me, grabbing just as much, and giving me a playful hip bump as we meet in the hallway to the kitchen. I get him back by splashing soap bubbles on his face, and he smirks at me in return. As I dry my hands on the towel hanging from the oven door, I feel his strong arm slip past my hips to hold me, his chin resting on my shoulder. "So, we have the whole night together," I say vaguely, my body betraying my desire. "Would you like to watch a movie?" He says, faking thinking as he enjoys the grinding I give him. "I think I want you all night long." I don't reply. His lips find my neck, sucking lightly to tease me back and chuckling when he hears me gasp. Pushing back further, I can feel the growing tent in his pants, pressing between my bottom, and I grind against it eagerly. We stayed entwined like that, sharing this moment. Reaching up to the counter behind me, I fumble around for the envelope, finally snagging it. Pulling back, Keith gives me a quizzical look. I smile, opening it up while he holds me. "I'm pregnant," I say, smiling wider and showing him the ultrasound. "It's twins." He laughs, putting a hand over my stomach protectively. "Well, I guess we'll save some time if we start going for the 2-for-1 special." Sorry to interrupt. I know no one likes missing out on a spicy grand finale, but unfortunately this platform won't allow us to air what's about to happen next. To make up for this, we're offering a 40% discount on the full, unabridged version of this audiobook when you go to vixavonromance.com and apply code VIXA40 at checkout. Thank you for listening to Vix Avon Romance,